last year, as I presented, it was clear that wholesale distribution had some catch-up to do. Yeah? But if I looked at the numbers, how they developed in the last 6 months, wholesale distribution made it up from the last quarter pretty much to the top 6 ranks of industries. Yeah? So the COVID cash that you got in your wallets, I think, is being invested, yeah, in innovation, in helping you to get ready for the next wave of what's out there. So that is good to see, at least. Yeah, but not everything is rosy, and I choose a couple of big pictures because we have small graphs all day long. Yeah, but we still have issues. The bullwhip effect is in full effect. Yeah, and I heard people talking about supply chain issues, but I think what we need to look at is what is underlying, what are the consequences of that. Yeah, when I talk to distributors across all different segments, and I heard the same thing from some of you over the last 1.5 days here, yeah, we have a challenging situation. On one hand, we have understock, yeah, and we have open orders, we have outstanding invoices that impact our DSO and our cash flow. And on the other hand, our customers, we offer the service of short notice order cancellations, and they leave us then in a ditch, and we have an overstock situation. Yeah, so on one hand, overstock, on the other side, understock, and both put the distribution segment into a liquidity crunch. Yeah. We are already seeing many of our customers starting to complain about cash flow, about liquidity, and I know that some acquisitions that we have seen over the last 3 months are solely based on that. So for large parts of the industry, it's really about acquiring other companies or being acquired because of this. Yeah, and the only thing that will prevent you to potentially be a victim of this, and I want to paint things here black and white so we have some good ammunition for talks later, yeah, is really to focus on data. Yeah, the data requirements, they're really changing on a quarterly or half-yearly basis, particularly now. Yeah, before COVID, we were looking at different KPIs that at the beginning of COVID, then we should be looking at now. Yeah, so the KPIs that are relevant for us need to be updated much more frequently. And currently, we see, or I can't stress it enough, that distributors need to start reporting much stronger on things that are really not happening. Yeah, and this is a reporting practice that is really hard to do. Yeah, but we need to get much, much better at that. For example, which inventories are we not selling? Inventory aging, right? Which orders are at largest risks of being canceled, yeah, and leaving us in a ditch there? Which invoices will remain open, yeah? And also how we need to reprioritize our customer base for cash flow rather than potentially other metrics that you used in the past. And having this data, yeah, is really crucial for the topic that we have been talking about the last sessions from the beginning, digitalization. Yeah, data is pretty much the currency of digitalization. Yeah, and what I see everybody throwing these buzzwords around, and I thank Thorsten for explaining the difference between marketplace and platform. So let me give you my definition of digitalization here. Yeah. So digitalization, for me, is the ability to measure, capture, understand, and act on information, not even data. Yeah. What does that mean? Yeah. That means, in a nutshell, that everybody of you is already a digitalized company. Yeah. You are running your ERP system since the 70s. Yeah. And you have at a minimum your master data and your transactional data available digitally. Yeah? But what we are talking about here is a deep digitalization, however you want to coin the term. Yeah? We're talking about creating digital twins of businesses, of the entire economy. Yeah? And Mark from Galenica mentioned before processes. Yeah? Processes are the next stage of digitalization. Yeah? We need to be able to capture that. Then we need to attach experiences to these processes. Yeah? And the next stage is then to create digital twins of your operations, of your assets, of your facilities. Yeah? All of this will need to be read out, yeah, and collected so you can actually understand what is happening there and then be able to act on it. So, and already as a last slide in this whirlwind 5 minutes, to be able to digitalize successfully, yeah, it is really critical to rethink how you approach this topic. Yeah? In the past, we talked about IT, we had CIOs. In the new world, I see thought-leading companies already shifting over to implementing CDOs, Chief Digital Officers. Yeah? It's a different discipline. Yeah? We're moving from the traditional on-premise landscapes over into the cloud. That also requires your digital teams to be able to think accordingly. Yeah? You don't need these large-scale development teams anymore. Yeah? You don't need this deep level of hardware expertise or project management expertise. Yeah? We're moving really to modular consumption. Yeah? And the new stage of digital teams or IT teams will require data lifecycle, process lifecycle, as well as solution lifecycle management skills. And I'm saying solution, not application. Yeah? In addition, they need new skill sets. Yeah? Who in your organization is managing innovation? Yeah? That should be the IT team. Yeah? They also need to set you up for the change management. That is all practice that they should have in their standard quiver of skills that you need to support them with. And because we're moving in that direction, it is very, very important. When I talk to my customers, they say, hey, it's not for lack of ideas that we do not innovate. The challenge is to get the people to do so. Yeah? And you need to help your IT team, yeah, to take over this HR, traditional HR skill set, where they are able to build talent and partner networks. Yeah? Because only then you can ensure that you can actually push those projects through. Yeah? And I think this is pretty much the panel here, yeah, of forward-thinking market players as well as of solution and consulting partners here that you should be working together with on a daily basis to set yourself up for that. Thank you, Thorsten.
So now we have already 2 takeaways. You can applaud in between if you want to. You know, I don't want to prevent you from that. So we have already 2 takeaways. We have a big picture perspective for marketplaces, which is maybe for many of us a little bit partly too far away, because especially from the wholesaler side. But nevertheless, both this and the operational thing is very good. Thank you, Magnus, for that, because digitalization and things to enable, and if you also want to play in marketplaces, you should have an organization which has already some successful projects in those things, and they already can pronounce the things Magnus mentioned. So both things are very valuable. Now, we switch completely perspective on, let's say, more the authority and agency side. We have now Florian Artke with us, when you can already enter the stage. Florian is based in Germany because he's Chief Production Officer of Gematik, so the German agency who is organizing and defining the e-health things, telematic infrastructure component. Formerly, he has worked for big health insurances, for our car and for BKK Bundesverband, and he worked for Intercomponentware as business development manager. So thank you that you're here, Florian.
Thank you, Thorsten. Is this on? Yes.
Yeah, you're on.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Now I'm focusing on the German perspective from our role. So what was just said, a few words on what is Gematik and why I'm here today. Gematik is the national digital health agency of the German state. So we are state-owned in a majority and have minor ownership on all the other large organizations of the German healthcare system. Our mission is to drive the digitalization of the whole German healthcare system. And what we believe is that we aim to transfer, step by step, the German healthcare system into a data-driven learning healthcare systems where all the participants in the healthcare system can rely on direct data within their decisions to achieve effective and high-quality processes within the healthcare systems. And We do this by regulation and by providing certain applications for all the participants in the healthcare systems. One thing we do, not our main job, is, for example, that we provide for the RKI in Deutschland, the system where we are tracking all the infectious diseases from the laboratories, doctors, and bring this to the public health administration. But our main product and platform for that is something called telematic infrastructure. This is an infrastructure platform, a network, which is a high security information network between all the people that work in the German healthcare systems for exchange of information. We enlarge this step by step. By now, most of the doctors are within this, the hospitals are within this, the apothecary pharmacies are within the system, and we are enlarging it to all the participants in the German healthcare systems, and as well we are connecting it to all the other European countries where the exchange of healthcare information within Europe will find place, which is a very interesting topic. Maybe, I don't know if we would discuss later on that, on the European health data space, something that is quite in move currently. What we as well do, we not just regulate and bring hardware technique into the field, we also have some software services that are provided via us or where the participants in the German healthcare system. One thing is the electronic patient record that's currently running in Germany since 1.5 years, and we now have a very strong discussion with the politics and with all the participants in the healthcare systems, especially to renovate this part, to have it more as a real-time information platform that all the participants in the healthcare system can online see what is happening, where, to which patient, at what system, so that all can work together within the healthcare system. And this is, I think, is a great opportunity which is forming right now to transform, especially this data-driven system for the German healthcare system and building this interconnectability to the European healthcare system. And one thing we are currently doing as well for some months, which I think is maybe for special interest to you here, is that we have set up the German e-prescription system. So we are right now, since the last summer, in the testing phase for the German e-prescription system, where prescriptions are given over with a digital way through the doctors, the patients, and the pharmacies, and which allow online information about the status of prescription processes within the German healthcare systems. We are currently in the testing phase, and we are starting the rollout during this year. And I think this opens up a new opportunity, especially if you have, or if you need data for online monitoring of where what medication may be needed, because we see what kind of prescription behavior in which regions can be used via the system, and what are patients needing where via this system. So I think there are opportunities, especially if you want to optimize processes in respect to the pharmaceutical processes. So this is what we are currently working in, what we think it could be a push for the German healthcare system, what we are hoping to bring together within the European healthcare systems, and what we are hoping is of interest and benefit, especially for all the people working within the healthcare systems, so that we can have better healthcare systems for the people living in Germany and in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Florian. I really have to say you're doing really a great job. Even if there's a lot of discussion, but I think for Germany and our healthcare system, it was crucial that we have a strong gematik. And it's really like, it's interesting what's happening when you postpone or push e-prescribing. You know, the stock rates of cirrhosis are going up and down, and other things are happening in the market. So the gematik is really a central part of everything what we're discussing here, because it is moving not only platformization in terms of marketing models, but it's moving really healthcare forward. And that's, well, I really have to say that's great that we have the gematik here in Germany. So, okay, that is three different perspectives. We have two, let's say, business perspective, industry, and afterwards also the wholesale thing. We start with industry. Gesa, thank you that you jumped in for Remo, who's ill and could not attend, but Gesa, we have already been on a panel. I know that digitalization and all these topics are you very keen on that, so we're proud that we have you again here on the panel.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Yeah, so Gesa is working for Sandoz, Swiss-based, as supply chain expert with long expertise in the key account management with the wholesale industry in Europe. I've been over 16 years, I guess, with Novartis so far, Eric's and generic footprint in different roles, mostly sales and commercial. And then since 2020, you were in that position. And well, thank you for your information.
Thanks for the introduction. And yeah, I want to give you a short update. I have prepared 4 slides. If that works, or you can put them up, please, to give you a short update how we at Sandoz embrace the digital transformation. And it's more in a view of the HCPs, so the pharmacists or the physicians from a commercial point of view. But before going into directly our strategy and the framework, I would like to touch upon an example from another industry, because it's very much relevant also to our industry and to us, actually. So who remembers 1965? Maybe it's also a question of generation. I was not born there yet, but that's when Philips launched the first cassette tape recorder, which was an excitement for sure. My kids, they don't know that it even exists. But yeah, at that time it was an excitement. But if you think about that, it was basically like a one-size-fits-all solution, like a mass mail, where you can listen, but only the way this is taped. It was difficult to jump from one song to the other. Whereas then in 1982, there was the time when the Swedish pop group ABBA launched the first CD. That was a revolution, because now you could start to jump between the songs and basically listen to the songs in an order you would like to. So it somehow goes into the customer needs a little bit. But again, you could only listen on those songs that were on the CD. Now in 2006, Spotify is launched, where basically you can listen what you want, when you want, the way you want it, right? And it really puts the customer into the center. But if you think about all those 3 elements, ultimately the customer is still listening to music from the beginning to the end, but it's just a different way how he listens to the music. And for us, it's pretty much the same, right? We have our strategy and engagement framework. And as Sandoz, already in the past, we engaged with HCPs, with physicians, with pharmacies, the same as today. But we do it in a different way, again. And we leverage, let's say, the digital solutions, new channels, in order to approach them in a better way, more efficient way, and certainly to respond to their specific needs. So on the top, we have our engagement strategy, which is embracing everything, which basically very focusing on expanding our reach. So with the digital channels, we can basically tap into new potential. We can reach new customers, which we couldn't before. We want them certainly deploy omni-channel, as probably all of you and us. So we want to implement the channels, and certainly also drive efficiency. We can drive, let's say, more content in a more simplistic way, more standardized, and then obviously more efficient. And below that, let's say, engagement strategy, we have 5, let's say, key activity areas, I would say. And starting with the most important one is the customer segmentation, where we look at what the customer needs. And nowadays we look at digital affinity. So does he really open emails? Does he read whatever WhatsApp messages? And then certainly also his behavior, right? Is he more patient-focused or is he more business-focused? And with that then, we come to the second pillar, let's say, number 3, the engagement and planning, where we look at what are all the channels that are available, which we can use, and obviously which then fit to the right customer segment we identified before. And then in number 4, we would have the content management, which then goes into, okay, we have identified our different customers and their specific channels. Now let's create the content that fits to the channel and to the customer segment. So as you can see, it gets obviously more and more complex, but with the digital, let's say, solutions we have, we can actually manage that. And then afterwards, the engagement execution is more than how do we bind it together, and we create, let's say, customer journey touchpoint, where we basically define how we're going to approach each one in which sequence. And last and most importantly, very important, the performance enhancement. That's then how we look at and actually continuously improve. And I think that's something Magnus mentioned before about data, how we manage our insights. It is obviously no more, let's say, a static process like in the past, where we would have a segmentation done once, twice a year, or not even maybe, or every second year. But now it's a dynamic segmentation, because we live from the touch points and from the analytics we get each and any day, and then we can adapt. A customer can become digital affinitive or not, over the way, right? He starts to like it suddenly or suddenly not. And this you need to take into account. And everything is basically then underpinned. Also, we need to take into account, obviously, our own field force, which is we tackle with the digital accelerator, which are capability building programs. So obviously, we need to upskill our sales force in order to manage all these new challenges. And what Pierluigi mentioned also in the discussion before, it's not about substituting the field force we have, but it's basically working differently. And there are new teams basically coming also on a regional and global level, which help to support all that content management, for example, where we start to leverage, certainly move from paper-based content into digital content, and then to try to make it more efficient and create it on a European level and adapt it quickly to the countries. And these are basically also new positions and organizational changes which we implement. But beside, the field force obviously always exists as a main and a key touch point for a face-to-face. But this is basically, yes, our framework, how we tackle it. And this is just an example on the customer segmentation, as we have obviously very strong insights we can collect, and we do now in all our, let's say, major markets. We are running through all those 5 areas, and we do have interesting insights already implemented and we're improving on in terms of the customer segments. We identify their specific needs, and then how we can respond to that. And obviously we track it, for example, with the NSP, so the Net Promoter Score, in order obviously not just to overload with content, but actually also use the right content at the right time. And maybe just to finalize, what is really important is, yes, so you have seen the customer is at the center. In the past, it was not that much, and maybe we're more focusing on what our needs were and push them out to the customer. Today, obviously, that turned completely around. And we have implemented that with our framework, which, by the way, we also started to discuss last year in Lisbon, but now actually it's fully implemented, and we're learning basically by doing and growing. But also one key point is that there are still opportunities to growth. So it's not finished, and it will never be finished, right? But the key is actually to learn quickly and to adapt also quickly in order to basically to reply to the customer needs, and there's a big potential to grow. So yeah, that's from my side my message I wanted to give.
Thank you, Geza. I have one direct question. I mean, how is it after COVID? What is the digital rate of contacting with healthcare specialists? Had this substantially still changed, or is it again physical contacting? How much using your digital content things?
Yes, that depends, I would say, quite a lot market per market. So in some markets it changed, I would say, from probably 15% of digital contact to probably 40 now. Obviously, during COVID, it was much higher, but now it came back because face-to-face is still, let's say, an important factor. But in some markets, they have a much lower rate, so it rebounded basically to the situation before, because ultimately it's the customer, right? If he likes to respond to a digital media or not.
But the rate in average has of course increased.
It increased,
will
yes,
stay
it
of course
increased,
a
yes.
larger extent. Okay, all right, thank you. Then we going last but not least to Lucas. Thanks that you're here from Galenica. He's Chief IT and Digital Service Officer and member of the Galenica Executive Board. I think Galenica is focusing strong on these digital topics. We see that, and we're very proud that we have you here. You started in health insurance business, and then moved to medical as CEO in 2002. I think very interesting job things like also working for the University of St. Gallen and the CEO of Ametic. And since 2001, you're with Galenica, when I'm right?
21.
21, yeah, so 21, yeah. I have the right numbers, but the wrong spelling. So anyway, nice to have you here, and thank you for your keynote.
Thanks a lot, Torben. Yeah, I'm the IT guy. That's why I'm allowed to wear white sneakers. Huh? So very happy to be here.
It's our diversity, you know, that's first try, at least.
So very happy to be here and represent also IT on this panel. And I think it's also a very strong signal also from the Galenica group that IT now is represented in the board since a couple of some years, I'd say. So the Galenica Group, as you know, we are not only the leading wholesaler and pre-wholesaler in Switzerland, but we also are in many more businesses such as pharmacies, etc. And I would like to explain briefly why we are heavily investing in our product and service platform, as we call it. This is an abstract data layer, if you want so. It's not a marketplace. It's a data platform. And as Torben mentioned, I think, in my opinion, if you look at Amazon as a potential competitor, it's not a problem that they are big, that they have these huge possibilities in their logistics, but they are attractive to clients. And on the other hand, we sell to our clients, if you want so, the pharmacies and doctors. They are very poor in digitalize their relationship with their clients. So the big problem arises not on the level of distribution, but on the level of the choice of the customer. And that's equally important to us as a group with a large variety of very specialized services and also thriving companies with a lot of specialities, but how to engage at the end of the day with the customer, that's the big question. And we cannot tell the customer, and we cannot force him into our ecosystem, so we need to really be in every channel as much as possible to get the customer on our platform and in our companies. So also, if you look in Switzerland, we have a similar situation or organization like the Gematik for years, and we are still waiting for it to become a success. And this also prevented a lot of investments to be done into the digitalization, especially in the relationship with customers. And it will take some more years, and now it's very interesting to see in Switzerland that some large marketplaces for health or e-health marketplaces are emerging, funded by private companies such as insurers and hospitals, etc. So there is a new dynamic in the market which we want also to address. Galenica itself has chosen not to be e-health provider, if you want so, but we want to be present, and we will be present in the relevant marketplaces. We heard a lot about the e-prescription, and I think it's clearly the significant driver in the pharmacy in terms of revenue, but it's, from a customer perspective, in my opinion, is not equally important, of equal importance also for the physician in terms of digitalization. And on another level, the medication card, the coordination between the different providers in the healthcare system, that's the real struggle. It's not to send a prescription from one place to the other or hand it over to the customer. No, the coordination, the knowledge, which medication is now available or needs to be applied to the patient or taken by the patient. That's the real struggle, and that's why we invest heavily in the medication card in Switzerland, because it's a client and customer-centered approach. It enhances safety and convenience in medication. And if you look from the bottom, we have a unique situation in Switzerland that we are able to not only distribute master data, we are present in many of the healthcare provider systems, primary care systems, with our clinical decision support systems, where we can support doctors and pharmacists to take the right decisions. And from there, we can develop also further into the processes of the clients. And last but not least, since there is, didn't realize that this is a dynamic. So, since we are also still waiting of a prescription solution based by the government, I'm also convinced that this solution wouldn't be patient-centric, but rather system-centric. And that's why we also invest based on public standards in our prescription journey to help the customer to go as he wants. If he wants to go have it digitally, it should enhance this process, of course, as well as on a paper-based traditional way in order to support the customer journey. And of course, the system is based on public standards. It's a safe system. It has the low data. It's data sparse, so it's not stored centrally. So if you hack the system, you don't get a lot of customer information, or you don't get any customer information. So we are sure that we can leverage from this point on. And what I want to come back, as I mentioned before, these are all initiatives of our product and service platform, which allows us to leverage our potentials of our group, but also for the whole Swiss healthcare system, and put the patient in the center, and then you will create value. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Lucas, I keep on that directly with that system and the question of interfaces and standardization. In fact, you know, like what you do with Gematik, is it so crucial because otherwise you don't know not really how to exchange things and make things interoperable? Or is that one of the key problems also still in Switzerland?
Yes, if you look at the distribution of the solution, of course, standardization is key. But I don't think it's the problem of the standard. It's the problem of the implementation of the standard. And that also applies for Gematik and every other system. You have to do the work in these primary care systems. And there again, I think the landscape of our healthcare systems in Central Europe, we have these tiny little companies such as pharmacies or physician practices, and they have very limited possibilities in invest in digitalization. And I think that's the real problem. It's not a problem of the lack of standards, and again, it's about how to digitally engage on a pharmacist or doctor's level with your client, and I think that's the real reason why things are moving so slow.
So too less engagement from many sides? I mean, Magnus, you mentioned that also. So what is it's an operational point to start with projects, etc. Is that also your opinion on whom do you see in the room to do what kind of projects and what kind of platform model, you know, who should invest and who should take the initiative?
Who I think it's more the how, yeah. Distributors are usually more operationally driven. What I would expect is more a strategic approach to the entire topic, yeah. As priorities change every 6 months, and we heard that before, yeah, you need to make it an ongoing practice. You need to implement a general framework. And then when you have the framework, you have the methodology in place, then you can start prioritizing and executing on those projects, yeah. And it's not who should be doing it, everybody should be doing it, but we need this long-term thinking in the industry. And I see that much more on the manufacturing side than on the distribution side.
Okay, and maybe Geza, I mean, how is it? Are you a driver of that thing? Or are you also having, like everybody in that room for sure, some risk factors where you say, you know, is it, for instance, the willingness of industry to have big marketplaces where you have a certain dependency? You know, so for everything there are different pictures. How is it from Santo perspective?
Yes, for us, I mean, we do have the intentions, obviously, to engage. Also, let's say, certainly with physicians, also pharmacies, in order to help to drive that digitalization. But obviously, there's also a certain, I would say, legislation which comes into place where certain things we can do and we cannot. And then I think that would give us much, that hinders us basically to do what we want. So I think we would like to do much more, but we are somehow restricted.
Okay. Well, how do you see it? I mean, is there a strong authority side also in Europe? I mean, do you have other national agencies where you exchange, and who is the driver in Europe for that topic?
Yeah, we are in exchange with the other health authorities, digital health authorities in other European countries. What currently is happening and what we think is very interesting is via the European Commission that there's this first draft of the European health data space. I don't know if you knows it and have read it, but this for us seems to be like a very strong, very dedicated push to give this topic standards, cross-European health collaboration, another push. And we think, because there are certainly some things in this law will be passed that give digitalization authorities within the European countries new leverage on pushing this through. So if this kind of law would succeed and would be applicable for all of Europe, I think we will have definitely changed within the next 4 or 5 years how data standards and data on healthcare in Europe is handled. We see this as a very strong approach.
Yeah. What is the pain points from the EU perspective? I mean, we heard about, well, demand, supply, stockouts, etc. Or is it really the patient perspective? So a guy traveling through Europe and having an e-prescribing in different countries or something like that. So is it more first or the second perspective, or both?
I think as far as I see, it's a mix of all, as well as logistics. What the European countries see it is the thing of partly people traveling through Europe, but I think this is, well, you have to do it because it's Europe, but it's not the major thing. As well as logistics, it is, as I see, research. To have the data, healthcare data on a European level for European standards to be a stronger place on data-based research for healthcare, and as well as management of healthcare on a higher level. So make strategic decisions within Europe based on healthcare data. These are things that are, as well as you said, logistics to give care in Europe to people where it is needed, as well as strong drivers we see it right now.
Yeah. Thomas, is it, I mean, the knowledge on patient, and you know, that's partly, I mean, connected to the question, what's here really happening in the real world in healthcare? Is that also what drives the industry in the growth perspective? So trying to bring together, we get more knowledge by finding digital ways to patients, like you've seen already the D2C thing, so really industry especially OTC, going to them, understanding what is the need of the patient, or is it more really like just simply growing market shares?
No, it's insights. I mean, insights is the it's key. Insights on consumers, on the consumer's perspective, on the shopper. That's a very interesting intangible asset for the companies, and that's why they are willing to invest into all those platforms and systems, because timely, in-depth data. I mean, over the COVID period, we have seen how important it is to react in a fast and very responsive way based on data. And digitalization is the key conveyor belt to insights and data. And that's why it's really interesting for a company. And what we see from our perspective now, the industry is investing heavily into business intelligence guys, into analytics, and as I said, digitalization is the conveyor belt for that, and that will be the path to growth, because you need to understand it on a granular, really timely level. Yeah.
And how is it then? I mean, you know, have all this all the time this Amazon thing in the room. So, like the fear of big marketplaces entering the market. What will happen then, actually? I mean, is it so dramatic? Because, I mean, Lucas, you present, actually from the e-health perspective, there's this pyramid. There are really, let's say, serious things around working with healthcare data and doing like clinical decision system and all that what we have. I mean, will Amazon really go into this deepness? Or is it just simply a plain market model? Going to the customer. What will happen if Amazon enter that? Is it not really the big danger?
Well, is it a danger? I mean, it's a new player, and it's a massive player, and it will shift power within the whole industry and within the value chain. And profitability will shift from other players to Amazon. I think that's almost unavoidable. Is it bad from a consumer perspective? Well, they have the choice, and if they choose to go to Amazon, then that's their preference, and it's not bad for them. Is it a danger for others? Yes. I mean, if we look historically from a broader perspective, whenever Amazon stepped into a new industry, the valuation of the companies of the other industries dropped. Yeah, and we have examples like 10 or 15 industries where they entered from video and other industries. So. Yes, coming from established players, that will be a threat. If you look at, for example, probably if Amazon were to really enter the European scenery as a pharmacy, as an internet pharmacy, I'm sure it will have some effect on the stock notations of the listed e-retailers.
Yeah. But of course, we want to be positive and give, let's say, some actions points with it. And looking all the time to Amazon is all. Okay, it gets a little bit boring and threatening at a certain point of time. So, what is the message? Let's say also to wholesale industry. And I ask you, everybody. So, what are the initiatives and the thing what makes a lot of sense in the big and nearby picture? Maybe we can start with you, Lucas, because there are a lot of initiatives.
Yeah, you mentioned that maybe from a wholesaler perspective, this Amazon consumer stuff is far away. But if you start to count how many intermediates in terms of, from a data perspective, you have between the consumer and your platform, then you can see that Amazon has a very different approach. So, or if you look from the industry until the consumer, we have so many intermediaries. And as an action point, I'd say, let's lessen those intermediaries. That's very important to get access to the data and shorten this distance from a data perspective. I think that's one action point I'd suggest to go into.
Yeah. Magnus, I think you agree, but is there something to add?
So I think marketplaces are much more dynamic than we give them credit for, because we always talk about the Amazon. But the Amazon has changed 100 times over the last couple of years. So you got to look where they are going, yeah, not where they are today, because you're gonna miss the game here, yeah. And Amazon is only one marketplace. There's nothing prohibiting to be a player in that space. That's still wide open. We've seen the market potentials before from Thomas there, yeah. What is still out there? I think do your homework and look where Amazon or marketplace in general will be 5 years out.
Gesa, is that what you share? Would you love these initiatives, and well, would you support them?
Well, for me, Amazon for sure will be an important player at some point. I mean, we learned in the COVID time, you could only, let's say, order online, right? And it was already a big player. And I mean, now, a lot of, I mean, even, let's say, my parents themselves, they are ordering products sometimes online because that's more convenient. And I think Amazon has already a certain reputation, and I think it goes only one way. The question is how far does it go and how fast. I think we need to be aware to partner here with us ourselves. And I think that goes into, let's say, data sharing, collaboration, how we can prepare, right, for that.
Yeah. Florian, I mean, you're a neutral partner in that game, so you don't want to swip to that side or that side, but nevertheless, I mean, there's a lot of detailed discussion, you know what is happening if we have the e-prescribing, for instance, and where is going the prescription and who can do what. I mean, is it one of these key elements? What is a little bit the official perspective? Just being neutral, or maybe more?
Yeah. Exactly. Actually, I would like to say nothing about Amazon because I don't care. Thing is, I think, yes, e-prescription is a start, and e-prescription is something we can use within the German healthcare system to make a first step into more digitized processes wherever we approach them. But I think it is a start. I think what I hope for is some change in openness and mindset, and using that, what comes from a wholesale perspective, where you have more of a market view to reach out to the other parts of the healthcare system, influencing them to come to a more efficient and digitized mindset. That's what we encounter, that we have several different people within the healthcare system working in their ways, but we have a lot of people being skeptic about digitalization processes. And I think what can help and what will help us all, and will help us all to preserve a European perspective and processes we would like to have, is taking all the people with us, showing them that digitization can be for the good, and participating in that, and pushing that forward, and using the voice of the people you encounter in a day-to-day business to facilitate digitalization as a whole. So I don't think that if we do that good, then we have to fear anything coming from anywhere.
Yeah, okay. Thomas, what's your perspective?
Oh, I fully agree. I mean, you raised the issue of openness to digitalization, and what we see often is different fractions, different silos, mindset silos within companies and across the value chain, and on digitalization. I think that is key. It's for me, the starting point is a soft factor. It's openness to that and willingness to embrace technology and digitalization. And so I fully agree to what you say. Yeah.
Yeah, at a certain point when we talk on digital things, then it comes all the time that it's more an attitude than a concrete project thing. So that makes it partly maybe difficult to understand what really to do. But is it then like, okay, start in your own business, have the right people, the right attitude, and then success will come? So if someone here in the room would have some millions over to invest, so what would be the recommendation? You know, hiring the right people, starting the right projects. I think, Lucas, you may start because you come from the IT sector. So if you go to your wholesale colleagues and they would have some millions over, what do you recommend?
Well, what we are doing right now is really to combine our forces in order to, as I said before, to kick out the intermediaries, because also from a wholesale perspective, you wonder where you get your orders from, and you will see that there are many ways how orders are processed, and that's where we are currently investing to really get closer to the customer and really place our differentiators in the primary care systems and not via some intermediaries, and that's hard work.
Okay. Some other investment recommendations here from the panel? Magnus or Gesa?
Investment recommendations, it's always a difficult topic, you know, because of the tight margins. You cannot you cannot afford failure. And if you try out new things, you're always at the risk of impacting the bottom line there. Yeah. But I would really encourage to make the investment to build up a small innovation practice or digitalization practice that approaches the topic in a standardized fashion.
Yeah. Gesa, is it the same with you? I mean, like having a kind of digital footprint in your own team, people who understand what to do and how to do that?
Well, first I would invest it in some nice holidays for me, I think.
Okay, right.
But I think very much in line with him about collaboration. I think we need to bring the people together, because ultimately we have the same patient as the same customer. So we produce the product, then we store it, we distribute it, etc. And for the patient, he doesn't really care actually. He just wants the product ultimately, with including all the whole value chain, right, going there. And I think that we need to look together at how can we be more efficient, more digitalized, and certainly protect, let's say, for example, Europe against other, what you heard also before. So work together, I think, and be more open. And I would invest it in this kind of a project or whatever that would be to change that, including regulations, etc., which is obviously a huge topic. Yeah.
So again, a little bit this attitude recommendation that you have to change something in the organization. Yeah. Okay. Florian, I mean, Gematik has changed in the last 10 years. What has changed in your organization that it's more now a driving organization for that all?
Yes. What we changed and what changed a lot with us was 3 years ago when ownership changed. The first large change when the German states took over the majority of the company to break open conflicts that were there and stalemating the company. And what was coming with that was the clear vision that the company should be a driver of digitalization in the German healthcare system, and that the company should be open. I myself started there 2.5 years ago, so I know the company from the outside before. And it was a very closed system with very few people talking to each other, designing very interesting things.
Not really relevant for the market, yeah. Okay.
What happened is that 3 years ago, when the company was open, when Marcus started, that we opened up the company for the last years, go out, talk to the people in the healthcare system, talk to them what is needed, try to make your influence worth the while so that wherever we can, and we know sometimes it's frustrating because there are several regulations, there are long timelines before something we together think is good comes to reality, which is part of the whole system. But opening up, talking to the people, helping the people, trying to make the best of what is there, that thing is the best, most of the change that we have done now. And the next one is taking ownership of things that are happening right now. So stepping forward and saying, okay, we will drive that, whether we are totally the one who are responsible for it or not, but it has to happen. So let's talk to the people, let's push them, let's see how things happen so that we get more digitized.
Okay. Thomas, when you come to a client, what is the first thing you recommend to do to be ready for that? Is it really like team building and all that, so you know that you have this expert, or is it more like, okay, there must be a clear project?
No. Usually you need to identify the need. I mean, digitalization is something that it's not the ongoing thought. It's maybe the end of a process where you say, okay, what's the digitalization project that need to be set up? Typically, often it's 3 parts. First, how to increase your current business and efficiency and effectiveness via digitalization. The second big part usually, and you talked about investment, is digital upskilling of people in all functional areas across management generations, which is often a huge gap. And the third one is often, okay, let's, and I think Magnus mentioned that before. It's let's try to be ambitious, and let's try to have a failure policy, which is good. So invest in new ventures and be in a permanent beta modus. So that would be help. So it's a cultural thing, it's a capability thing, and it's a strategy thing. So
okay. Do we have any more questions from the audience? You know, we can talk here, I think, for a longer time, but it's now actually point right to end that session. If there is no more question, perfect. Then we have 1 o'clock, and we are now at that point to end that session. I thank you all. A big applause for all our panelists here. Wonderful to discuss that. And I think we have now lunch break. So that's the next agenda point. Thank you.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information for innovation, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. You can see paths we call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. You didn't think. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, Intelligent Connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
evident global warming and climate change with all the threats that that brings. Now, I'm not trying to bring us down, but I think that it's important to bear in mind the context of what it is we're discussing. You as an industry are right at the center of delivering products and services that have made a huge impact in at least limiting the damage of one of those huge pressures. You're also all involved one way or the other in most of the other aspects as well. So this is why this session is called A New Chapter in Crisis Preparedness and Management. And the aim is to look at how the European Union is building on the lessons learned from COVID and to build its crisis preparedness to at least head off the worst of the next possible pandemic. So we aim to look at the impact of the pandemic and also the Ukrainian humanitarian crisis and how institutions and stakeholders can best work together to ensure resilient and stress-proofed healthcare systems. HERA, H-E-R-A, Health Emergency, something, 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 but I'm sure our next speaker will tell us exactly what it stands for. Everyone knows it is HERA, and everyone knows what it is. So it's a pleasure for me to introduce this afternoon our first speaker, Mr. Bartholomew Kurz, who's the Acting Head of Unit of Policy and Coordination in DG HERA, this new animal which can be seen occasionally through the windows of the more obscure parts of the European Commission, hatching schemes and doubtless about to deliver wonderful things. So Mr. Kurz, we'll be very glad if you would come and tell us where HERA has got to so far, where you see it's going, and how it's contributing to some of the crises that Europe faces at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, Benjamin Kurz.
Thank you very much for this introduction. I guess you hear me well. I think, yes, the microphone works. So yes, this is, we're actually, HERA is now situated, I think, in one of the most transparent buildings of the Commission. We've got, glass pretty much everywhere. Even our Director General is sitting in a glass cube. And then it's one of the first Commission buildings where we also have open space, when we talk to each other. So it's a very transparent type of a new part of the Commission. So HERA, yes, it stands for Health Emergency and Response Authority. But before we get there, let's have a look pretty much at the outline of what I'm going to talk about. So a bit of context, of course. I think I don't have to remind you much of the context. You know it probably, some of you, even better than me. But then we, just to see how HERA became HERA, and then we have to go back a bit to of course, to the Health Union and pandemic, which is not over, by the way. But then we have to have, we will look at the response and preparedness for the future pandemics. So of course, there was an acute need for action at the EU level, and as we know already, in terms of lessons learned from COVID, that was a weak and suboptimal preparedness. Well, basically, there was certainly not at the Commission level a lot of preparedness at all, I have to say. And there was certainly a fragmentation of efforts. There was not really dedication in terms of threat assessment and preparedness. And of course, there was certainly a lack of coordination on medical countermeasures, and there was certainly a market failure. And of course, that some of you know very well. Then what we experienced was cutting of the countries and cutting of the supply chains. I think you discussed that already. And then there was of course insufficient oversight on manufacturing capacities. I remember one of the the commissioners who had to call the CEOs of companies trying to find out what is the manufacturing capacity. So of course that's not ideal. So in terms of lessons learned, then of course we thought that the European coordination can provide a benefit, certainly in terms of vaccine strategy and joint procurement, so Commission together with Member States, bigger leverage. So there was certainly a case to be made for a bigger coordination at the EU level and strengthen EU preparedness and response, not only individual Member States preparedness and response, because of course we are there. We were that in that pandemic together. So there was a State of the Union speech of the Commissioner von der Leyen in 2020, mentioning the need to build a stronger European Health Union, and of course what kind of preparedness opportunities it can offer to a serious cross-border health threats. So already at that time it was pretty clear that we have to focus, and we have to focus on serious cross-border health threats, so not at any threats, not the ones that are not cross-border, although most of them, of course, people travel, so most of them are actually cross-border. But then the idea came up that we have to have something in Europe which is similar to a US agency, BARDA, for biomedical advanced RTD support and capacity of preparedness. But of course, you know, in Europe, things are different than they are in the US. And of course, first you have to start with a legal base. So there was a proposal for a regulation first on determining what is a serious cross-border health threat and what happens when this type of a health emergency is declared, and then an extension of the mandate of the European ECDC, Center for Disease Prevention and Control, of course, and also an extension of mandate of EMA. And then one of these actions was also the creation of HERA. And HERA then ultimately was created by the Commission decision. And what does that mean? That this is not a generally binding instrument such as regulation or directive. It is an internal measure of organization of the Commission. And of course, there were a lot of voices at the time, you know, how should that be set up? Should that be a separate entity, part of the Commission, an agency? And I think this discussion, by the way, is of course not over. It's going to come back, especially after the two regulations hopefully will enter into force, the regulation on serious cross-border threats and on emergency response, so what I would call a HERA regulation. Once they enter into force, these regulations will provide for a review clause, and of course Commission will have to look closely at the setup. But the setup as it is now has a benefit that HERA can use all the resources of the Commission. So if we want to have a legal advice, we can talk to our legal service. If we want to have an industrial experience, we talk to our colleagues from DG GROW. If we want to have health experience and expertise, we call to our colleagues from DG SANTA, etc., etc. So it's and on international trade, we talk to DG Trade or to DG IMPA on international partnerships. So then it really provides a holistic approach. But of course, it's a challenge because to set up a new structure, which is a bit different than any other Directorate General of the Commission, which has a Director General, etc., etc. Here, even the name, which is part of the name is authority. It's not an agency. That's very clear. So I want to stress that at least if I want you to, to leave this room with one message is that HERA is not an agency, well, at least not yet. and it is but it's true that this name authority suggests that this is some form of sui generis structure. It's a different structure than other services of the Commission, but it of course uses all the available means that we have at our disposal, and that also means political means, not only expertise I've mentioned other DGs, but also the authority of the President of the Commission, which is very powerful and which is different to agencies, even like BARDA, which of course has a slightly different mandate. But if we look at what we're doing in HERA in terms of a procurement of vaccines, you know, a lot of things that they do in the US, we also do it. But of course we have member states, and that is different. So in terms of HERA governance, I've already a bit mentioned of that it is a fairly special service of the Commission. So we had a head of HERA. We also have a coordination committee, which provides the political steering to it, which, by the way, is actually happening today. There is during the coordination committee meeting, where the commissioners meet and discuss a bit, you know, what kind of political steering we should have and where should we be heading to. Then there is a very strong mechanism of consultation with member states, and that is HERA board. That is also something fairly special at the Commission, because generally all directorates general do not really have the type of HERA board groups. And then what is also foreseen in the communication, and it's laid down in the Commission decision, we also have other structures such as HERA Advisory Forum, and a subgroup of that forum, which is, I think, fairly important to some of you at least, so a joint industrial cooperation forum where we would put all the industry and member states together and discussing also priorities. And then in a crisis mode, this is the HERA should have a health crisis board, and this will normally all be stipulated in the legislation I've mentioned, which is still under negotiation. So it's still the HERA emergency framework is under negotiation, where because it is linked to another regulation which is under negotiation, but once they enter into force, normally the crisis board should take over the functions of the political steering which we have at this moment in time. So in terms of HERA mission, in terms of what you can find in the decision, it's fairly clear that the focus is on serious cross-border health threats, and also the Commission decision says that it is in the area of focus is medical countermeasures, because as you can imagine, there are millions of ways of responding, and very different aspects of responding to serious cross-border threats, from psychological to any other. So in order to make it a bit more circumscribed, it is really, the focus is really on medical countermeasures. But it is also clear that the mission of HERA is the contribution to the global health emergency preparedness and response architecture. This global health preparedness and emergency architecture is being constructed, so it's, as far as I know, it's not there yet, and discussions are ongoing in international fora, G7, but also in pandemic treaty and things like this. So the Commission also is looking whether, you know, it should have its own global health strategy. So that may be all coming, and then of course HERA plays an important role in that. In terms of preparedness, some of you know already what we do. So we focus on the threat assessment. We're looking now at modeling and forecasting, of trying to make priorities of possible threats, which of course we consult with all the stakeholders. They will come up with it to the public, and then again consult, and then of course we'll try to, in very simple terms, match then the R&D efforts, manufacturing efforts, any other efforts that could meet these type of threats that we identify. So that is fairly logical. We will also then cooperate at the international dimension with a focus on how to tackle these threats in the three main health threats that we that we will identify. Also, the plan is to prepare a state of preparedness report this year, in terms of which will also look exactly in how to address the health threats and whether basically member states in Europe is prepared to address them, and what is missing and on what we should be focusing. The timeline for this preparedness report is this year. It may come up in the second half of this year. But as you see, it's not only, of course, it's the promotion of R&D, boosting of open strategic autonomy. So it's not only about research and threat, but it's also looking at the production facilities, and that's, you know, it ensures ever warm production sites. So we've just launched a call for EU FABs, so exactly ever warm production sites. And on this, we work very closely within the Commission with other directorates general that address the question of bottlenecks and supply chain dependencies. As you may know, DG GROW has been restructured. It looks at the ecosystems and, of course, supply chains. So this is a very important part of Commission work. We also have a strategic foresight report which looks at these supply chain dependencies. So this is all part of the Commission work at this moment in time. In terms of a crisis, I'm not going to spend too much of it. Hopefully, there's not going to be one declared soon, but of course then things will change, and what will suddenly change is that we will have procedures at that moment in time to activate, that we will have an emergency office that will act very quickly, and of course that we will have dedicated also resources, hopefully, to deal with that, because for emergency we need separate resources, and which can be taken partly from EU budget, but for the rest they will have to be separately agreed by member states. So in terms of current activities, of course, some of you are very closely involved, so I don't have to mention that. We will look at the implementation of contracts. We also look at concluding new contracts, and certainly second-generation vaccines is a key element of the vaccine strategy. So how to really not running after the rabbit, but be before it, and of course that's a huge challenge. On therapeutics, we shouldn't forget, I mean, it's not only about vaccines, although I have to be very honest with you that is really a bulk of our work, but there's a lot of effort also spent on therapeutics and the contracts, and of course EU joint procurement on therapeutics is a bit different than on vaccines due to historical reasons. But then we certainly do this intelligence gathering, so detection of variants, you know, genome sequencing, and we don't do it often ourselves. We support member states in their tracing activities, and we liaise, of course, with expert groups. And on that detection of variants, we also, you know, we also go around member states, and we're trying to see what the capacities they have. So we build a bit this type of mapping of member states' capacities. And on international dimension, of course, as we're working with COVAX now, one of the biggest challenges is not really supply of vaccines. Quite a number of them is actually how to get them into the arms of the people there, and that proves to be much more difficult than the supply of vaccines themselves. So HERA is of course also liaising very closely with the US. There are very high-level meetings, beating pandemics, for example, a recent announcement at the highest level of the Commission and US White House on coordinating efforts. Now, in terms of Ukraine, of course, this completely unprovoked war changed completely the landscape in which we were operating. As I've mentioned before, some of you know HERA was supposed even to grow in terms of resources. Now this has this has had a profound impact of shifting also resources into dealing with the war in Ukraine, and then I remember the first calls that the Ukrainians made to the Commission. There was a plea for everything, pretty much, and it was very moving at the time, I have to say. Where the minister was calling from a bunker, it was very moving. And we couldn't do much at the beginning because, of course, then it's all about stockpiling. It's about what is available there and how to channel that through member states. Well, I'll come back to that in a second. So we of course look at the access and everything. If there is a need expressed either by Ukraine or by member states that receive a lot of refugees, then we of course support these member states. So they provide us the list, and we're trying to see around member states where these products are available. We also try to coordinate, the spread. So of course we encourage, wastewater monitoring and any other actions that will prevent the spread of infectious disease. And we also talk to member states pretty much on a daily basis on monitoring the specific needs. There are very specific needs, sometimes related to patients, hospitals, etc. Now, in terms of stockpiling, I know this is something what may be of an interest to you. So, of course, one of the actions of HERA is to improve EU preparedness and response, especially to a CBRN threat, through strategic reserves. Now, in the EU, things work a bit differently than the US, so here we really very much rely, at least at that moment in time, things can always change, on member states. So we have quite a number of funds available for Rescue EU strategic stockpile. But of course, these stockpile is managed by member states, and the budget that we have, because we've got budget from, as someone said, that we, in a way, took over or cannibalized the budget of other DGs and programs. That is not really true, because HERA wasn't there when the budget was negotiated. So there couldn't be really, member states didn't have even a choice to actually provide their views on preparedness and response. They didn't have a chance to say, maybe that is actually a very important thing to finance. So Commission had to find the money in the existing programs, but it's natural that on Horizon we finance research, so that is a natural sort of a way to go to finance. Then if you want to finance the threat and IT platforms and threat assessment, intelligence gathering, that you will go for EU4Health, which has significantly increased since last EU4Health. So of course it's all very relative. You can say, some money was taken from another programs, but if you compare it to what was there before this financial perspective, there is much more money now than before. And in terms of stockpiling, this is our EU rescue money. So HERA budget will be implemented through a call proposals. At least at this moment in time, it's through the national civil protection authorities. They are entitled to apply, but nothing, of course, prevents stakeholders to propose their services to national authorities. So at this moment in time, this is how the system goes. We have the EU money, it goes to member states, and member states finance. And of course, member states need stakeholders. I mean, they will not do that themselves. You may wonder, we can discuss that, to which extent at some moment in time there could be also EU stockpiling and completely indirectly and etc. But we're not there. We're not there yet. So the conclusion, I think it's pretty obvious that there is a value and need for EU coordination. It's probably one of the when I think of what EU has done, I mean, at least my generation, people would immediately think of roaming, but then vaccines is one of the extraordinary achievements. So I think that we should be proud of that. With the European Health Union, of course, we would strengthen the security architecture, and we will cooperate much more internationally than we did before. HERA, together with DG Santa, has just signed, well, it's 2 days ago, it signed an administrative arrangement with the US, with the Department of Health, exactly on all sorts of exchanges of information. So we're building this type of expertise, which was not there before. And of course, we're trying to bring all the stakeholders and ecosystems together for the governance of HERA, for all the fora that I've mentioned, advisory forum, group on industrial cooperation. There will be also a forum on civil society cooperation. It will all fit into the expertise that HERA needs, because HERA cannot do it by itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Come and sit down here. It's a very valuable exposition of what HERA is up to. You'll be as gratified as me to see that many people are actually taking notes from your slides there. So this is part of your transparency and reality, that you're delivering information here which people don't know enough about. Although I would say in passing, transparency in the EU is not to be judged by the number of windows in a building. We'll let that pass. I was particularly struck also by the way you spoke about working together. And Mr. Kurtz told me before we started that his previous work in the Commission, among other places, was in defence and justice and space policy. All three of them are areas which have been fairly recently, that's to say recently in the last couple of decades, become part of, when you're as old as me, the last couple of decades is recently, have become recently areas where the EU has worked together from about the time, I think, that you joined the EU, roughly speaking. It's interesting also then, therefore, the way you saw there the need for working together, and you made the same point about so much of what HERA is doing. We have a few minutes for questions, but forgive me, we're running a little bit late, so I'm looking at Monica and her team to tell me when we have to absolutely stop here. Before I throw it open to the floor, permit me, if you will, to let me address just a couple of questions. I've been talking to, obviously, wholesalers and so on before this session, and some of their views about, or interest, curiosity about HERA, covers things like, and you mentioned particularly the questions of Ukraine. Quite clearly, JERP members have the capacity, the expertise to incorporate emergency stockpiles into their normal operations. What are the current considerations in terms of your views in HERA? How will HERA work with stakeholders on the mapping of established or planned physical stockpiles, the sort of thing that you announced in the work plan in February?
All right. In terms of stockpiling, as I've mentioned, I think that is a challenge because, of course, if you look at the grand scheme of things, you can think that that there's a national stockpiling in some countries, there's a regional stockpiling, and forgive me, I'm not really a specialist in that. You know much better than me. But then, the case could be made that there should also be a pan-European stockpiling in case of really disruptions. But we have to start from somewhere. So that's why, HERA builds on the structures that we have. It builds on the programs that we have, like such as Rescue EU. And then, of course, there's an established practice with the civil protection authorities, and each country organizes it differently. I was very amazed to see that these things, especially I saw that in the Ukrainian crisis, could really move very fast. There are contracts, where things can be delivered within 24 hours around Europe. So that is already functioning. But this is where we are. I think we're building also on the input from stakeholders. So I'll be very happy to hear, where should we go to? I know where we are now. There will be calls. This is where we are. But as I said, if there's a case to be built for a very different system, I would, of course, be very happy to hear the views on that.
Don't all rush once, but you can grab him after this session, I'm sure. In respect of that, then, therefore, and accepting the fact, as you say, it's not your specialist area, but you're open to ideas, what can you say at the moment about how HERA is planning to work with the stakeholders in the pharmaceutical value chain? I mean, most particularly, obviously, the full-line wholesalers here, but also the manufacturers and the pharmacists. And here you get a demonstration of it with the Ukrainian crisis, where the shortage of iodine tablets required immediate, urgent imports to be done. Is HERA, for instance, planning to work with the European Medicines Agency to ease the issuing of emergency import licenses at an early stage of non-availability of medical products, medicines?
So yes, HERA is of course working very closely with the other EU agencies. You know, we are, even to my knowledge, working on and formalizing that cooperation through the memorandum of understanding. But besides that, I know they are simply calls, you know, almost every day. So beside a very formal type of approach that we look together with EMA and ECDC what can be done in the health emergencies, even not declared like the ones on we hear all the news now. But in terms of working with stakeholders, I think this is what I wanted to stress. I had a slide already on governance, but the HERA board is where member states are represented. This is where the input from member states come. Then there's an expertise from member states which should come in the advisory forum. We ask member states to appoint the members who are competent in the areas of health, in the areas of research, but also in areas of industry. And then we are in process of creation these two important stakeholder groups, one which is a joint industrial cooperation forum where industry is invited, where hopefully member states will join as well, and then they will report to this advisory forum. And of course, this would be a joint product of HERA and DG GROW. And then also the other part where we have civil society, where we have patients, consumers, doctors, who would also provide their view. And hopefully these views will meet at the level of advisory forum, which will then transmit it to us and hopefully influence our actions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think, do we have to cut it here? I'm afraid I'm getting the word that we have to cut it here. So in that case, thank you very much for coming along. Thank you very much for that initial introduction. I shall challenge myself back in Brussels, just as a simple journalist, just how transparent those windows are. We'll be back.
You're very invited. Yes, you're all well.
You should come and peer through the windows. And of course, everyone else here, far more importantly, make sure that you grab him with your ideas before he disappears this evening, so that you can really fill his head with ideas of how you'd like to see the HERA developing. Here's a chance to get in on the ground floor of a new EU animal, if you forgive that rather mixed metaphor. Mr. Kurtz, thank you very much for coming along. Thank you, audience, for listening. We have another panel now, so thank you very much for the moment.
Thank you.
Peter, Mr. Kurtz, thank you very much for these insights into HERA. And actually our office building is just opposite of yours, so we can look into your offices literally. And yeah, we are very happy you stay around this afternoon, so there might be quite several questions coming from our members still to you. Thank you for enlightening us. And now I would like to hand over to our next panel, which will look further into the post-pandemic environment, and I would like to hand over the moderation to Mr. Hermann Hoffmann, a strategic communication consultant. He will have his panel taking a deep dive into the various perspectives of how vaccines distribution and COVID treatments are managed in Germany, but as well as in Europe, and we are happy to have both perspectives into the following panel. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Monica, and may I invite my panelists here. So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the next panel discussion here on this year's AMC. about the lessons learned from the pandemic and how to deal with cross-border health crises in future. 1954 was quite an important year in German history after World War II, at least for football fans. In 1954, the German team won the World Championship for the very first time. And for a couple of reasons, the team coach, his name was Sepp Herberger, became a national hero. One of the reasons was his ability to keep motivation and tension among his players high with short and extremely simple slogans. Some of them became quite popular. I would like to share one example only with you. After the match is, believe it or not, before the match. After the match is before the match. So, referring to our agenda and the wisdom of Mr. Herberger, we should state after a cross-border health crisis is before a cross-border health crisis, not to say a pandemic. Not to be misunderstood, the current corona crisis is not over yet. But the questions are we now better prepared than in 2020? What are the learnings from the past to cope with the current crisis and to prepare for the future? This is exactly what we want to discuss. And it's a pleasure for me to have 4 experts on stage. I would like to introduce Professor Isabel Beckereccian-Ding is acting director for the CEPI, which is the new operational center for pandemic preparedness in respect to vaccines and therapeutics in Germany. Welcome, Isabel. Gerhard Arnhofer comes from the new pharma giant, as a business magazine say. He is BioNTech's Senior Vice President for Customer Strategy and a proven expert in digital transformation of marketing, sales, and customer relationship. Gerhard, welcome. Richard Bergström has a lot of experience in science, regulatory, consulting, managing interfaces between the health sector, pharma especially, and politics. And he's the vaccine coordinator of the Swedish government and an EU deal maker, as he signed a vaccine contract, and we will give us some insights about the negotiations later. André Blümel, well known as President Fargo and Vice President Schöp. Welcome, André. Welcome, Richard. Sorry. So, a few words about myself. As said before by Monika Hermann-Hofmann, I'm glad to moderate this panel. And Gerhard, I would like to use this here, but please stay here. I move on the other side, no problem.
Okay, good.
So, Isabel, let's get started with you. It's not that difficult to recognize that CEPI must have something to do with lessons German administration has drawn from the recent pandemic. We are keen on learning more from you about scope, mandate, and setup of your organization. Please.
Should I go there?
Yes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, the organizers, for the invitation. And I'm very happy to present CEPI to you, which is our response to the pandemic, an operative response of the German government to this situation. Now, our mission is basically to provide an infrastructure or set up this infrastructure for pandemic preparedness, which involves vaccine development, production, and distribution of vaccines and therapeutics on a national level. I'll say something about that later, why national. And during a pandemic, of course, support of all aspects of vaccine development, production, establishment of appropriate storage capacities, stable distribution routes, and so on. We're going to work in phases. So right now, the unit, newly born, with a team of approximately 60 people, is actually learning from this pandemic and exercising how and what works and what doesn't work. And basically we're preparing then later for a phase of pandemic preparedness where we would develop concepts, define measures, define how to act in a new pandemic. And we have a pandemic plan where basically the whole organization changes automatically because we rebuild some of the structures that we're building now or that we're using now actually. So I would say that CEPI is a response to the pandemic learnings. Basically, what we do is we're collecting a team. The government, or especially the Ministry of Health, has understood that there is a need for experts in procurement, in tendering, in distribution on the public side to communicate with you and with other stakeholders that are involved in making sure that the vaccines and the therapeutics actually reach the patient. So due to the prolonged duration of the pandemic, we are able to learn and to already build and deploy the sustainable infrastructure. And what I think is the major learning for the EU is that having to ramp up the manufacturing capacity took a long time, and that BARDA and the US was much faster in this. And so with this, and with the originally low manufacturing capacity in Germany or EU, this resulted in delays and shortages of vaccines at the beginning of when the vaccines were actually made available. So we have a crisis-adapted vaccination distribution system. This is due to a lot of peculiarities of the German national distribution system for medicines, and some of it had to do with the specific pharmaceutical specifications of the vaccines, of the therapeutics, but especially of the vaccines that you all know about, like the -80 requirement. There's some legal aspects due to the joint procurement at EU level, which then imply that we also had to at least slightly change our system of distribution. And then in December 2020, we had to create a distribution system that would basically be based on vaccination centers in the different federal states of Germany. And then later, when we had more vaccine available, we wanted it to really go into the population. We had to increase the availability of vaccine supply, and we started using a regular system. So we had the wholesalers into the pharmacies and to the physicians. So basically, we learned that it is important to monitor this nationwide distribution. And we also, I think we all know, communication is key. But we learned that communication channels actually have to be established, and they have to work outside of the pandemic so that they can actually be very effective in the pandemic. So I have basically 4 responses that I'm going to be presenting to you. The first one is about communication and networking. CEPI is connecting with a lot of national and European stakeholders because of the need for these communication pathways. Second, we're building expertise, so we're going to have available an interdisciplinary pool of experts as our central resource. So this is people as a resource. This team actually covers the entire spectrum of all pandemic-relevant disciplines that we need. It is a central advisory unit for pandemic preparedness and response with vaccines. It's organized in agile management fashion. So for explaining what we're doing in the manufacturing, basically we have pandemic preparedness contracts. They work this way that basically we just close these contracts. We have a qualification phase for the manufacturers that are part or have closed such a contract with the Federal Republic of Germany. In this qualification phase, we will basically be defining what is pandemic preparedness, how is this actually executed, how do we actually do what is written in the contract, how can manufacturing be available when we really need it. And we are going to then go over into a preparedness phase. The companies are receiving remuneration for this phase, but they also have to do a lot of work, and basically CEPI is overseeing this work and trying to contribute through its experts. And then we will have, in the moment where a pandemic is notified by the WHO, or there is an emergency in Germany or the EU, we would be able to start manufacturing of vaccines, and there would be automatically the contracts go over into delivery phase. And then when all this is over, we go back to the pandemic period. So very similar in how CEPI functions. So our response number 3 in production is basically that we support the entire vaccine production process with sustainable infrastructure through these contracts. We'll have a rapid and need-based procurement available, and we can distribute vaccines and therapeutics in the event of a pandemic. All this, of course, always in the context of what is happening on the European level. Pandemic preparedness contracts means that we also build transparent networks for collaboration with vaccine manufacturers, enabling us to have a very rapid information exchange, for example, and to exercise pandemic preparedness. We'll be in charge of supervising this, auditing this, so and so on. And we're, of course, also enabling early selection of viable vaccine candidates through the expertise that we have available at the CEPI. So just to give you a very brief and very gross overview of COVID-19 vaccine distribution in Germany. So what is important, we have the vaccine manufacturers, you all know or you heard about the contracts at the APAS and European Commission level, and then we have the federal stocks. So once the vaccines enter Germany, they are in a federal storage, and we distribute from there. So there's basically two major pathways. One is via the wholesalers to the pharmacies and then to the physicians' offices. This would be also our regular scheme. But of course, there has also been the distribution directly to the federal states and from there to the public health services or vaccination centers. Both of the physicians and the public health services are reporting their vaccination rates, and we can somehow thereby control, indirectly control, whether what has entered the system is also going to the patients. We have a third possibility, of course, of donations. These can be directly via binational contracts from the federal stocks, but this is rare, and mostly some of the capacity or vaccine volumes that are designated for Germany will go to the COVAX Foundation and basically be separate, it's be distributed from there. So it is still quite complex. And I think our response here is that what we're doing now at CEPI is we're trying to digitalize this whole thing. We are trying to bring together the fragmented databases to improve efficiency and coordination. We have a digital data collection, and we need monitoring structures to facilitate an effective, targeted, and really future-proof procurement and distribution of vaccine therapeutics for Germany. We are also looking into the management and optimization of the planning and logistics for pandemic vaccines and therapeutics, like you do this for your own businesses every day. We need to see this basically on the country level, and then this would then again feed into the collaborations with other member states and HERA and the European Commission. So just very short, we took over, we have just taken over in May 22 the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccines in Germany. You can see that the process was initiated in December 2021. We were trained by the Bundeswehr, so our military forces, in March 2022 and April 2022. We described all the processes, and we basically established the control tower that is now doing all the logistics for CEPI. We have this two-pillar model, so we have the strategic planning and the control tower. The control tower is basically available all day and takes in all calls and coordinates the weekly deliveries, the vaccine distribution, the stock management, and so all these operative things. And the strategical planning lies behind, where we're trying to do the prognosis, develop prognosis tools, develop concepts on how to store, how to distribute, and manage the tenders. And with this, I'm at the end, and I thank you for your attention.
So, Isabel, thanks a lot. I have a more general question at the beginning regarding your view on the full-service healthcare distributors. What was your perception of the distributors before the pandemic and now? Any differences? Surprises, frustrations, what has changed?
I wouldn't say that anything has really changed, because I think we were already working together very well before. As many of you know, vaccines especially there's a lot of shortages in medicines, and this requires close collaboration. And I was always thankful that you're organized in professional associations, and that we can contact the FAGRO and ask for information, ask whether there's any issues, ask whether we can somehow mitigate risks or supply shortages. Now, basically, what the pandemic did is that it brought all the key players in this field together more closely, because there was an even bigger need for collaboration. there was a higher need for data, for fast availability of data, basically, and for exchange to really understand whether our supply chains are working and how we could improve that. And so I think the perception hasn't changed. It has been a very, very fruitful collaboration.
Mm-hmm. When you talked about CEPI's mission, you said during a pandemic is its establishment of appropriate storage capacity and stable distribution routes. What does that mean?
Could you repeat?
The mission, CEPI's mission during a pandemic was establishment of storage capacity and stable distribution routes. What do you mean?
Basically, this is future-oriented, because we hadn't really planned that CEPI would be born to work in an operative fashion right now, but that it would prepare for the next pandemic. And so the idea was that we need to develop concepts on how we can ensure that there will be plenty of storage capacity. We need to map where there is potential storage capacity in Germany, and we need to connect with the different stakeholders in discussing and developing new potential innovative concepts for distribution in crisis situations, because that does change the systems, and with products that eventually do not fulfill or they're not a commodity basically to distribute, but that have very specific pharmaceutical requirements that we must meet. And so the idea, what this is heading, is that between pandemics, there must be a dialogue between all of these stakeholders to develop these concepts on how to do this and be ready, basically, for the crisis situation.
Mm. Is there anything on your wish list how wholesalers can better support you?
I think what we will have to consider is which kind of data are really valuable for us, how we can integrate these data into other data sources that we have, and how we can create more value for society by integrating these data and understanding better how to make the system more efficient.
Thanks a lot, Isabel. Please remember March 20. The mood throughout Europe fluctuated between fear and perplexity. Borders closed, lockdown. What's going on? Where's this going to end? Virologists explained a vaccine would be helpful, but that may take a while, maybe a few years. It's not only, but mainly the merit of Özlem Türeci and Uğur Şahin, founders and CEOs of BioNTech, that we were able to vaccinate against corona in a fairly short time. So it obviously wasn't a mission impossible to develop and launch a COVID-19 vaccine, but it might be a mission impossible to tell the story behind in a few minutes' time only. Nevertheless, Gerhard, I'll give you a try.
No, thank you very much, Hermann. And this question has been asked to my colleagues and myself quite often. What was the secret sauce for that success? And while I personally joined BioNTech 4 months ago, so I'm part of the future generation who is going to work night and day to make the second generation of vaccines ready for you, I think the secret sauce was just hard work. Our laboratories switched to 24/7 work enterprises. Everybody understood that this is now an opportunity where we can also, as a life science industry, redefine ourselves. And it was also the deep and genuine understanding of the research which BioNTech, since its foundation, has been conducted. Now, what's important is it was a real teamwork. And I also wanted to say thank you to everybody who's here in the room, because I know all of you have taken really accountability to contribute to solve this crisis. Yes, there are some figures, which are a little bit more outstanding, but I think not only, we have delivered tremendous impact in healthcare. Just from our side, we delivered more than 3 billion doses of vaccines worldwide in more than 140 countries, but also it's for us now the opportunity to redefine how life sciences as a sector would like to be perceived: humble, science-based, impact-driven, and really have got, the patient in mind.
Yeah. Gerhard, let's have a closer look at the vaccination program within the EU. From your point of view, what were success factors? Where's room for improvement? And what are the key learnings?
I think we have demonstrated the first time that Europe was standing together, thinking about public health in one thing. And I also want to kind of thank Richard, who is kind of with me here on stage. While you mentioned, this is already closed, BioNTech and the European Commission are continuously, solving for solution how we can actually help together with HERA to make the right impact. And if I have got the wish free, I think, how can we actually make this success model of European procurement actually available, for example, for orphan diseases? I don't understand why for some diseases in France you get treatment, in other parts of Europe you don't get. And as a committed German company, but also as a committed European company, I think the model which we have shown in the short term shows impact. I think it's now the opportunity to grow for the future.
Gerhard, may I ask you for an update on your company's next steps in fighting COVID-19 or other infectious diseases? So what is BioNTech working on?
You can imagine this question is asked to us continuously. And the thing what I can guarantee you that together with the regulators of the EMA, but also the FDA, we are working literally night and day to provide the next generation of vaccines. Of course, I can't talk about dates here because this would be preemptive, but I think what's important is that we observe very closely the pandemic development. We're seeing the new subgroups, BA4, BA5, who are kind of growing significantly at the moment. And you can expect that our researchers, but also clinicians, together with our regulators, are kind of really focusing, that the next generation is serving the people not only in Europe, but the people worldwide.
Mm-hmm. Healthcare systems all over Europe are under enormous cost pressure. Are you afraid of cost containment measures, and in which way could they affect BioNTech's or other manufacturers' future plans?
So when you're looking at BioNTech, our focus is personalized immuno-oncology. This is where we come from, this is where we are going to go, and our vision is that we are able to eradicate cancer. So this is a very complex disease, where we believe, it's not going to be about one treatment which is going to fix it. So we hope in the future that we are going down the pathway where we really kind of reimburse for outcomes. I'm looking for a future where providers, manufacturers, and insurers have also the trust, that outcome-based reimbursement is going to be the future, where I think we all together, reimburse, for the quality of life, for the reduction of side effects, for, the amount of time you can live, with reduced tumor progression or no tumor progression. And I think this is where it's going to be the future. I'm absolutely not afraid about the topic, because I think those who can demonstrate actually impact in healthcare will be those who will also get reimbursed. So I think it's about working to get an impact instead of kind of being afraid of cost containment.
Yeah, this is a quite positive approach. Thank you for that, Gerhard. A united Europe is a strong Europe. This was one of Andre's key messages in his welcome speech yesterday. As a member of the EU delegation, Richard, would you please share with us some insights when it came to negotiations for COVID-19 vaccines? How united and how strong was Europe at that time?
Yes, no, thank you again for the invitation. It's good to meet all the friends here again. So I will answer your question about the vaccines, but I'm very happy to come back later in the conversation around supply chain reflections. post or peri-COVID, middle of it. But on the vaccines, indeed, as you said, so I was drafted like military service to do this work. For the Swedish government, I also service Norway and Iceland. They get the vaccines from Sweden, via Sweden, and also actually some vaccines to Switzerland as well, where I happen to live, by the way, so that's just a coincidence. But, and indeed, it's really a teamwork between the member states and the European Commission. Now it's HERA that you heard about. That's why I didn't bring any slides, because I knew that you would see slides about HERA. So this is now housed across the street from JIRP at HERA. But before that, it was sort of a collection of people from all over the Commission, plus the member states. So I'm one of those representatives, and I'm one of the 6 negotiators. So I was once I signed this evaluation report for 1.8 billion doses from this guy here, which was quite a moment. I had actually to stop and ask my wife to, should I sign this?
Really? Did you ask her?
Well, I want to just to pause for a second.
Okay, got it.
Pause for a second. But in fact, I'm going to come back to this, because we spoke briefly at lunch here, and I told Isabel here also, that some of the inner workings when the Commission and the member states went for the portfolio, because it was not an obvious thing, So this pandemic is not over. This virus is not over. It's not gone. It's going to be here for some time, okay? And there's a debate whether it will be a seasonal activity. Maybe we'll have a vaccine version for kids, maybe including RS and flu, and then you have something for people that are young adults like myself, and then for older people, maybe different versions. But there's also others that actually don't agree with that. They think this is a coronavirus. So the coronavirus is a coronavirus. It will be here all the time, which actually is kind of depressing to hear, because it would suggest that you would have to give it not annually, but more frequently. And it's also clear that we moved the goalposts, if you wish. We were supposed to save people from dying, from ending up in hospital, suffering in hospital and dying. But now we got so used to these fantastic vaccines that now we are upset when we get mild Omicron. But actually, I think it's serious. We should not, we should not dismiss that concern, because we don't know enough about long COVID. We don't know enough about co-infections. We have these weird hepatitis cases now, which we don't really know about. So I think we should take also that seriously, and we should try to continue to improve the vaccines. They are still very, very effective to protect against hospitalization and death. But we should also have vaccines that are effective against disease, against getting the infection in the first place, because it has economic impacts and also these unknown impacts. What is important, Herman, is the whole portfolio. And this is something that we kind of forget, I think. That when we started this exercise, we didn't know what would work. We didn't know who would be able to produce, right? And we had a whole, and I was on TV all the time, and I was saying, well, we have this, Pfizer, BioNTech, we have a Moderna, we have AstraZeneca, we have Janssen, we have Novavax, we have Sanofi GSK, We ended up with 2. Okay.
The 2 best ones, you have to say.
We have now Pfizer, that's your comment.
Okay.
We have now Pfizer and Moderna, but also, so that first sort of really the sort of risk sharing and hedging the bets, which the EU did together, is quite extraordinary. I lived in Brussels many years, and all the people that I talked to in Brussels, and including ambassadors and others, they don't really understand what happened, because the EU took over. I mean, the Commission took over. This is a national competency. Healthcare is a national competency. But here, the European Commission, with the steering board with member states, took over. And we keep adding contracts, and we add volumes, and people say, oh, well, who decided this? Well, this is the Commission decision. And the point was made here earlier that it's actually significant that this authority, it's not an agency, is actually in the Commission, which means that there's politics. This is politics meets science, I keep saying, because that was a political decision to really invest in everything. Because we had experts, as I told you, we had experts, I have in writing from people and agencies that say, oh, we don't believe in mRNA. No, we only want AstraZeneca. Or AstraZeneca and Sanofi. Well, where would we have been then? Sanofi will come with a great vaccine, by the way. They're working now on a beta, monovalent updated vaccine, which will come at the end of the year. So it'll be a very good addition to the portfolio. But you know, so what we did was that we not only invested in a broad portfolio with different technologies, we also adjusted over time. So as soon as we realized that AstraZeneca was not able to deliver, and you know, there was a big legal fight between the European Commission and AstraZeneca, which was settled at the end of the day, but they only delivered a quarter of the volumes they were supposed to deliver in the beginning of last year. And you remember the headlines, and everyone was screaming, and where is it? And I always had to say, well, you just have to wait a few weeks, and then the Marburg facilities will start. The reactors in Marburg will come online, you know, and then it will be okay.
Can I share a secret now? I haven't received any BioNTech vaccine myself. You know, I only got AstraZeneca and Moderna myself.
Okay. I have 4 doses of your vaccine, I can say.
The next one, you know, I will take.
Yeah, no, no, but seriously, so the fact that what we had to do, my team, what we had to do was to adjust all the time. So when first we had the problems with other companies, and then we had to increase the volumes with Moderna and Pfizer-BioNTech. And then, you know, Delta came, and we had early experience from Israel, and they were saying, oh, you need to give another dose. So I realized already April, May last year that this is a 3-dose vaccine, okay? Which meant that we needed to order more volumes for the 3rd dose. So we did that way before any public health agency said you should give a 3rd dose. And now we have, so for me this is Groundhog Day, if you know the movie, because now we've been through this again. You know, we had to think about variants, we need to have a possibility to update the vaccines, and now we've added new volumes. The EU triggered another 208 million more doses from BioNTech, Pfizer-BioNTech, which is coming throughout this year. We have volumes next year. You know, we're working with Moderna on, you know, additional volumes. So it's a constant work, and always having to be ahead of the curve and predict what needs there could be. Because there are other people that are in charge of the recommendations, like Pi, your colleagues at Pi and others, that make recommendations on when to take the vaccines. The job of my group is to make sure that whatever you want to do, the vaccines are there. Okay? Now, we can reflect later on the fact that, you know, we have a surplus. We have a huge surplus now. We sit on about 100 million doses of mRNA vaccines in Europe. There's no demand worldwide, not even in China, North Korea. So, you know, it's another conversation. But at least here in Europe, I think we should be very happy with what we've done, thanks to the huge mobilization of the entire sector. And it's not just hard work, Gerhard. It's companies dropped everything. Regulators dropped everything. I'm looking at you, Krista. The whole regulatory system, all the people are completely overworked. You know, gee, they work day and night on this. So it was a huge mobilization and teamwork. But I'm happy to come back on the other issues later, if I may.
As you already mentioned, we now see stagnating, even declining demand for vaccines, for COVID-19 vaccines. So what should we do to avoid waste?
Well, first, it's a disappointment, I say, globally, that, you know, that we don't have the demand. You know, I mean, it's of course you will have you have situations in countries that don't have health systems. Of course, you know, sub-Saharan Africa and other countries, they no health systems. But you know, take a country like South Africa or Ukraine, which is very topical right now. You know, they have a vaccination coverage of around 34% or something, with 2 doses. And only, I think, 10% having received the 3rd dose. Why is that? Well, the 3rd dose may be related now to the war, okay? But there is a hesitancy globally against vaccines. And this is a real problem. And in Europe, it's very interesting to see how it came out much differently than I'd expected. Because I think someone mentioned earlier today that the country that has the highest vaccination rate is either Iceland, Malta, or Portugal. Okay, so Portugal has a very high vaccination rate. Who would have expected that? Okay, whereas we have then in Eastern Europe very low vaccination rates. Even in the Baltic countries, not far away from where I live, or I live in Switzerland, but not far away from Sweden. So there is a new divide, you know, the logic around vaccination, the vaccination hesitancy has a different logic this time around. It's not the same logic we had before with vaccinating children or adolescents. Now it's a different one. Now it's about trust in governments and trust maybe in media and authorities in general. So I think it's unavoidable that we are going to throw away lots of vaccines, but primarily for the reason that we're going to get new ones. So we have now on stock in Europe enough of mRNA doses for everybody in the autumn. But we are very likely to get new and improved vaccines from Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna. And as they, by definition, will be better, I think the regulators are asking for superiority. It means that, you know, people don't want the old ones. So I had hoped that that's 100 million or 200 million doses that we have in stock and coming, that we could have shared them with the world. But if people don't want them, I'm afraid we have to throw them away. But it's a sort of cost of doing business. It's a cost of this whole thing. And I think we need to, and I think we need all your help as well in this sector to not make a drama of the fact that we're going to destroy vaccine doses. It's good, I shouldn't say it's good, but we have enough, okay? And we overinvested, we had a very broad portfolio, and now we invest in new ones that are even better. So of course then you have to throw away the old ones. And after all, they don't cost much.
Are there any lessons learned in Sweden you would consider to be a role model for other EU countries as well?
Well, I'm responsible for getting hold of vaccines for the Swedish population. I'm not responsible for other policy measures. But I'll make one observation, which is something I learned, I was told, my first job was actually with the Swedish Medicines Agency, with Kjell Strandberg, who was the professor and head of the agency. And he always said this, always think about the information you have at the time when you make the decision. And I've realized more and more how valid that comment is, because when you reevaluate, when you go back and look at what decisions did you make, what information did you have at that time, you know? So when many measures were taken in Europe early in the pandemic, many people said, vaccines, we will never get vaccines. And the optimist said it will take 4 years. You know, it took us 11 months. Right? So of course, many people made decisions based on the assumption that there would be no vaccines and not this effective. So of course, you know, why lock down the entire country? Are you going to be locked down for 3-4 years? So I think many of the decisions made in many countries were based on the information at that time point. And it's very easy in hindsight to criticize people for instance, not making too drastic measures. Because at a certain point in time, people didn't think the vaccines would come, but they did come.
Sweden is soon taking over the presidency of the European Council. How will the learnings from the COVID-19 pandemic impact the priorities in the health sector?
Yeah, so as you know, the Swedish government has always been very committed to global health, and in particular to the issue of antimicrobial resistance, which we heard about yesterday. I was very happy also that the FBI president raised this specifically. And in fact, when Sweden had the last presidency, this was the one big meeting was on AMR. Some progress have been made. We have some great programs in the European Union, research programs in IMI and it's called IHI now, but still not enough. Still not enough. We need to learn from this pandemic. We need to learn from that, and we need to build on HERA, which is still taking shape, and think about what incentives can we put in place to make sure that we get new effective antibiotics. Then also, of course, Sweden will inherit, the dossiers. There's a pharma review going on, which I know people in the pharma industry are very nervous about. So I think Swedish government is keeping a little bit of space for dealing with that, and therefore I don't think you should expect too many large initiatives beyond what I just said.
Thanks a lot for your answers, Richard. Andre, before the rollout of the German vaccination program began, it was not 100% clear who should be in charge for the distribution. There was a bit of a controversial debate among the healthcare ministers on federal and state level, though the usual conflict, as federalism is not an easy thing. And before it came to the final decision, the former Minister of Health, Jens Spahn, had to clarify something. What happened?
Yeah, Isabel showed that earlier. We started the vaccination strategy on federal, state level with vaccination centers, and the distribution went then through the vaccination centers direct from the central logistic center. And our former minister, Jens Spahn, at a very early stage recognized he will not speed up enough vaccinating the people all over the country, and we have to do something. And then he called us, the Fagro, and he called the Pharmacy Association and the Doctors Association and said, look, we have here a wonderful infrastructure and we have to include this infrastructure in our vaccination process. But the thing is, the federal states are against this. They are afraid that it will not work. So, yeah, please do a concept and do something. And then we developed together within, I think, 2 or 3 weeks, we developed a concept and presented it to him. And so we started in February, I think. We had the first meetings in February. And then in March, the concept was ready, end of March, second half of March. And then in April, we started already. And a few days before we started, then very late in the evening, my telephone rang and he called me and said, okay, I have written the concept, I see everything, but will it work? Can I rely on you? Can I rely on the industry? And will the whole concept, And I said, yes, you can count on us, and it will work. And yeah, that was then the outcome.
And it worked, and I guess it was from a logistic perspective a success story, a real success story. And we are now happy to hear more from your side about learnings from the past to prepare for the future. Please, Andre.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we have heard already a few things from Isabel, and I would like to mention 4 points. I would like to highlight 4 points. The first point is infrastructure. We have an infrastructure and full-line wholesale in place in Germany for decades. But what we never have done before, in addition to our ongoing business and the ongoing distribution, to run in a crisis mode a full vaccination distribution all over the country. And it was quite a challenging job to distribute within a few hours. And you all know the processes to distribute within a few hours all over the country to 18,000 pharmacists within a few hours, and then the pharmacists distributed again only in a few hours to all the doctors, the physicians all over the country, to nearly 70,000. So that was the first point. And the second point in respect of infrastructure is that I think we have shown and we have demonstrated that we are able, our industry is able to very fast adapt the infrastructure to new things which are needed, which was, for example, ultra-cold chain. So we haven't dealt with ultra-cold chain so far. Yeah? And then within 2-3 weeks, the requirement was you have to deal with it, you have to make it. And yes, so we established it and it worked out. So this was the topic of infrastructure. I think we have shown that our infrastructure is in place and it also fits to a crisis modus and is sustainable and stable. The second topic I'd like to raise and to mention is organization. I think what we have seen, and you also mentioned it at different times, is that we need in a crisis situation fast learning and agile organizations. Fast learning and agile organizations, and we have seen this. I mean, we are used to, in our infrastructure, to GDP standards, but what we have done during the pandemic and during the vaccine distribution, we haven't distributed the vaccines only, also the accessories. So, and we did the procurement, we did the configuration. So what we have done in addition to the vaccines, more than a GMP than GDP standard. So we have shown that we do have the organizations who can implement new processes very rapidly, who are able to take very fast new responsibilities. Example, vaccination accessories. And we show a maximum of flexibility. I mentioned the federal states earlier, and the federal states were afraid because, you know, all at the beginning we had limited numbers of vaccine doses available, and the federal states were afraid that they didn't get a fair share out of the amount of vaccine doses. And so the task was, and our responsibility was, to make sure and to secure that we deliver not only to the pharmacy and then to the doctor in the right amount. In addition to that, we have to fulfill the requirements on federal state level, so the right amounts in every state in Germany. And I think what the organizations of our members have shown during that time, that there was a very strong commitment. So our employees, I think, like in the pharmacies and everywhere, you said it a few times, you know, you work day and night. I think it was the same within our organizations. The third point I'd like to make, and you mentioned also, Isabel, this earlier, was cooperation, communication, and commitment. I mean, we had a lot of stakeholders involved. And I think for many years, we discussed the word silo thinking and, you know, thinking in silos. And this was an example where you could see that immediately, within a few days, the people were able to cooperate and to communicate. We established very soon communication structures that worked. And the third point is also very important for me. The people involved, the stakeholders involved, stick to the words. They were committed to what was agreed, and they did it. So we thought everybody who was involved was able to think out of the box and see what can the other party involved can do, can deliver, and what is necessary to make the whole thing happen. And so the mix of cooperation, structured communication, and a clear commitment of all stakeholders and participants, I think this was a key for the success we had that time. The fourth point, and this is also a point you mentioned, is monitoring and transparency. And I think it helped us very much from the very first day on. So we established an infrastructure to monitor the distribution, and we delivered the transparency which was needed. You mentioned that it will be important to further develop. I fully agree. But for the beginning and for the start of this campaign, for this vaccination strategy, it was, I think, one of the key factors that we had full transparency. Where are the doses? How is the distribution status? And what is necessary, especially for the accessories. Because the accessories, for a certain period of time, you may remember that, was quite shorter than the vaccine itself. So I mean, it was
still 15 million needles and 5 million syringes on stock, you know, so if needed. So
send them to North Korea. Together with our vaccines.
Yeah. So that was a big deal to manage that. And I mean, we did it. We did the purchase, we did the configuration for the different vaccines, and I think we managed the whole process. But fully agree, we have to further develop this topic. But monitoring and transparency is one of the key things. And yeah, to sum it all up, is, you can do the next one, to sum it all up, in a crisis situation, I think it's very important that you can rely on the partners, that you can rely on the infrastructure. I think we have shown that we do have the infrastructure in place, that it fits and works also in a crisis situation. We have to further develop. We don't know what exactly are the requirements in the next pandemic situation or in the next crisis situation, but therefore we have to have our, let's say, fast learning and agile organizations to respond on it and to deal with it, and then to find very fast the right solution to deal with the crisis. And I can say for our members in our organization, in our business, in our industry, we are all committed to deliver and to be part of this critical infrastructure to survive and to deal with the crisis situation. But my last point and my comment, important, and this was an earlier point of view, how about financing and how about the frame conditions? We do need the right frame conditions, and I think this is a topic we have to work on. We need the right frame that our members, that our industry is able to deliver all this and, you know, to keep the infrastructure, to further develop the infrastructure and to fulfill the requirements. And we heard this from Juan earlier today. He said the portfolio is changing, the requirements are changing and rising, and therefore really it is important that our industry gets the right frame to deliver what is needed.
Thank you, Andre. You need better framework conditions. Yesterday, in your welcome speech, you clearly highlighted the reason why, because infrastructure is at risk, and your message was, don't take it for granted. Let's assume Karl Lauterbach, who is now the German Minister of Health, is aware of this. And let's have a look into the near future. Let's say it's mid or end of September, in the middle of the night, and Karl Lauterbach has already read some Harvard studies, that's what he does usually at night, and posted some warning messages on Twitter regarding people's behavior, his concerns about the upcoming winter season, and so on. But he still is deeply concerned, and he will give you a call, Andre, asking, Mr. Blumel, can I still rely on you and the pharmaceutical wholesalers? What will your answer be?
Yeah, the answer is very easy. Yes, we are there, and we are committed to do what is needed. But the but is very big. But we have to talk, about our framework, about our things we need to fulfill that. And we haven't done that for a long time, and now it's the time to talk about that.
It's an urgent call for action.
That's an urgent call for action, yes.
Thanks a lot. Before we give the floor to the audience, I would like to ask a last question to everyone here on the panel. The lessons learned from the pandemic are sufficient. For the next time, we are much better prepared. Definitively yes, or definitively no, or something in between. Isabel.
Definitely yes, in the sense that we're learning to deal with uncertainty and we're learning to be flexible. But we've also learned to trust, indeed, the others we've worked with. And I think that is the best basis to face a challenge and to be faster next time.
Mm-hmm. Gerhard?
Yes, but we are still in the pandemic, which means our learning cycle and learning agility is still demanded. It's not over yet.
Okay, Richard?
We've learned a lot. And unfortunately, we also learned that we can't rely on other countries in the world. I'm a globalist, but look what happened. US export ban on equipment and filters and stuff. UK didn't allow export of the AstraZeneca vaccine. India, maybe for good reasons, stopped the exports. The pharmacy of the world, COVAX put, I think, 90% of the production in India because they thought they're reliable. They closed the borders. China, they had open borders, but they have other things, shutdowns and no air freight and stuff. So I think, unfortunately, I must say, unfortunately, I hate this. We have realized that, you know, we have to be self-sufficient. And in fact, the 2 big vaccines we have, they're all made in Europe right now. Everything, everything. I'm not very proud of that, but that's the way it is, because we can't trust that this will function. But I must also say, on a more positive note, based on what you said earlier here, is that I think that other people outside of our sector have been, I think, surprised about how we all mobilized. Everybody, you know, like Pfizer, BioNTech all together, you know, and, you know, AstraZeneca helping Oxford University, you know, and the wholesalers standing up saying, yeah, we can help. I think, you know, there's a lot of credit. Yeah. This sector is very tight, actually. We keep forgetting that. How we all know each other, you know, and you do the MVO together, and we have all these ICH and all these things. It's a very tight sector, you know, and we can mobilize when we want it. It's different with other types of products, you know. I think the device is much more fragmented. Here, you know, we really stood up, all of us together. And we need to make sure that we, now when we evaluate this, don't just think about stockpiling and factories, what they call ever-warm factory capacity, but also distribution, everything. All the different elements have to be ready to go next time around when something happens.
Andre, your point of view?
Yes, definitely yes. So we have learned a lot. We have shown that we are very agile and that we are able to trust and to cooperate, but we have to keep that mode and we have to bring it forward and to stay, because the pandemic isn't over.
But let me perhaps share an anecdote which might get you a smile. You know, when we started with the production and, you know, everybody was looking for, you know, ultra-cold freezers, which nobody had in place, our people were actually standing with those boxes, and we called it vaccine Tetris. You know, we were kind of playing on, you know, the freezers, trying to out, you know, how does the boxes need to be that they fill in, and also for the next generation, there's going to be different amounts in the boxes. There's actually actual people trying to get as many boxes into a freezer, calculating, you know, how we can actually use the storage capacity most efficiently. Now you can say, is there not you know, a computer program who can do that for us? But you know, that's the reality of life. So you might be surprised. I know not always.
Who came up with the pizza box design?
Good question. I don't know exactly.
We call it the pizza box.
And
you know that. You've seen
I'm not allowed to call it the pizza box, you know. So
no,
it's kind of our, you know, it's kind
I'm the
of.
government. I can call it the pizza box. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. No, but this was the.
But it's very
most,
clever.
It's very smart. You know, the idea was you've got the fridge, and what do you get in the fridge in the most effective way?
Yeah. No, it's all these practical things. It's like now, for instance, we're having a discussion whether we should have pre-filled syringes for the future. But you know, they take space, and they're more expensive also.
Single dose
it might be better to have a single dose vial than a pre-filled syringe.
I can tell you,
because also storage.
I can tell you the cost of goods for storage and shipping on a single dose vial is really killing the price. So, you know, if you're going down the route, you know, it's going to cost
even single dose vial.
Yes, it will cost the public health sector significantly more. I would love to have got a single dose vial. We want to have it, but it's a convenience perspective, fantastic. But when you're looking to from an health economics perspective, it's challenging.
Okay, we'll negotiate something.
Yeah, this is next round.
It might be interesting watching the two of you negotiating about a new contract, but it's not possible, I guess.
But we have a huge one, you know, it's 1.8 billion. It's coming throughout next year and the year after that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's a confidential negotiation, I guess.
Well, the content of it, the fact that we have the agreement, this is public information.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot to everyone here on stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your questions, your comments are highly appreciated. First row, first question.
Jonathan Buisson, Alliance Healthcare Europe, and a pharmacist. We've heard a lot about manufacturing, we've heard a lot about distribution. What about increasing the capacity to administer by allowing pharmacists to administer vaccines in more countries across Europe?
Well, I'm a pharmacist myself. I'm actually puzzled why, this hasn't really happened in Europe. I don't know. I admitted earlier I have taken 4 doses of your vaccine. I took the 4th one in the US. I was in the US and just dropped into CVS pharmacy, and there's a pharmacist. And I said, have you been trained? As I asked, because I wouldn't want to inject anybody, even though I'm a pharmacist. But they're trained, and they do it. So I think that's really an untapped resource, I think. But again, by us being a pharmacist, I don't know. What do you think? Why didn't that really happen?
I don't know. I think we hadn't quite solved it for the flu vaccines. You see in the markets where flu vaccinations had already caught on, and the markets which had the capacity, because they had pharmacists available to develop it, were able to, deliver a lot more and meet their WHO targets, or at least get a lot closer to it. And I think, they've shown that they can step up. I mean, there's a lot. It's not like we're taking everything off the doctors who are normally administering it. It's a big pie. There are big slices of it still to be had, particularly if you want to deliver a lot of vaccines to a lot of people very quickly.
So I think we need to offer as many access points to healthcare, not only vaccines, as possible. When I, for example, have witnessed that, one of the events at 2 o'clock in the morning, playing a DJ, house music, no question asked. You didn't need an ID, you just needed to queue there and said, okay, I want a vaccine. That these offers have been, generally accepted by some parts of the population. I think it's going to be our task to make sure how access to healthcare is provided, and I'm absolutely with you. I think, any qualified health personnel, has got the obligation to support the access of healthcare. From my perspective, there should be no questions asked.
The DJ twist works particularly well in this town.
Actually, it was
which is the club capital of Europe.
Yes, it was. It was Clara Viagra. She's one of these fancy scene DJs here. Has not been playing, and people were queuing. So from this perspective, yes, this is how the city works. But it also means that the local, local operators of the healthcare system have understood, how they need to address the population, how to mobilize it. And I think this is the, which I'm personally very excited to live in this town.
I think this is what I would also support. It's about understanding which groups of the population would need access via a special route or a different route. Why we were so successful when we used the wholesalers was basically that we wanted to vaccinate the elderly population. And you reach via their physicians because they do go to the physician. But we used the vaccination centers to vaccinate the younger, but we do not have any alternative, or not too many alternative offers right now. It's, at least in Germany, it's moving, but it's still going to take a while to understand also what is effective.
Yes.
Okay. Any other question, comment? As far as I see, it's time for a break. The coffee is waiting, I guess. So, again, a big thank you to all of you. A big thank you to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your interest. And now it's time for a break.
Colleagues, thank you.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
Opportunity is out there, everywhere. Opportunity for innovation, for discovery, for breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information, disparate stakeholders, and new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there, accomplish things you didn't think were possible, and drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technologies, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatments, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next-level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA Connected Intelligence.
In this changing world, you can rely on us to meet all the supply chain challenges. We provide solutions, reducing your environmental impact. We are ready for tomorrow.
I think a suitable hush has spread across the floor. There's an air of expectancy. I can see you gathering menacingly under the bunting, so we'd better start. So, good afternoon again. This is a very challenging session because we're looking at the future-proof, crisis-resilient regulatory framework for the pharmaceutical sector, to use the grandiloquence of the Commission. What we're actually aiming to do in this session is to penetrate a little bit into how JERP sees the review of the general pharmaceutical legislation and more broadly for healthcare. We have, of course, as you can see, Monica. I hardly dare introduce Monica and Martin to you. I have little notes here about what they've done. If there's anyone in the room who really doesn't know who they are and wants to be told, I will tell you. Raise your hand. I think we can assume you're very well known, and that saved us a few minutes. So, I spent some time writing an article about JERP's views on the pharmaceutical legislation, and I can tell you it was fascinating from start to finish. But it was slightly challenging because it's a very complex subject, and the different needs of the different sectors in the pharmaceutical industrial supply chain are wildly different. JERP naturally has its own very specific take on this. So what I'd like to do, if we have the time, and we regard this as an example of O'Donnell's speed dating, is to go through some of the questions that I certainly wanted to know about, and I think Monica and Martin have very kindly prepared some sort of little surprise slideshow to help all of us understand this better. So, on with the show. One of your key asks, as I remember writing and asking you about at the time, is for a distinct license for full-line wholesalers, separating them from other distributors. So, Monica, explain, please, why it's necessary and what it would comprise.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. And I'm very aware, you know, about the asks about all the European associations, what they want from the overhaul. So I'm very happy to have you moderating this discussion. Indeed, we would like to see a distinct license for full-line wholesalers. We have, during this conference, heard about the crucial role our sector has played during the pandemic, first to continue under difficult circumstances to keep up the continuity of supply and deliveries, and then up to the vaccines distribution, which you have followed in the previous session. And we believe it's very important that we have not only obligations, we also have rights, which are all comprised in what we call public service obligations. And we would like to see us separated from other distributors, whether it's a manufacturer who can distribute, of course, his own products, or whether it's a distributor specializing in a certain product category. We understand ourselves as the vital link in the supply chain, and we would like to see that enshrined by legislation. We guarantee the delivery to all our customers in the area in which we are registered in a very short time frame, and we also have buffer stocks. We are going to go a little bit deeper into that, but to have really a distinct license for our sector.
Okay, just tell me a little bit more about really the need, though. Why the real need for this? You make a big point of it, but what's the real need? What would go wrong if this didn't happen?
We could not be a one-stop shop for our clients, which are the pharmacies, and either pharmacies would need to shop around for their products, or patients would need to wait much longer for their products. It is needed to have one operator who has all products on permanence, on stock, which he can get from the industry. And this is why we also are keen on this right to be supplied.
Just explain for me a little bit more this link between this and your public service obligation and so on. Spell that out for me.
So
assume I know nothing about this, which is actually extremely accurate.
We hope that the license of a full-line wholesaler will comprise the right to be supplied from industry, to be able to hold the full range of products on permanent on stock. And we accept our obligations to guarantee deliveries within a short time frame of all these products. We accept to have buffer stocks to cover demand for about 2 weeks, which is the usual average in the countries where they hold public service obligations. And it is nothing new we ask. We have already several countries where this is enshrined in the legal framework. What we would like to see is not this patchwork we have now in Europe, but to have this status as a full-line wholesaler everywhere.
Okay. Have we done enough on that? Anybody got any more questions on that? Should we shift on a little bit further? Martin, your turn. Separation of licenses, full-line wholesalers, key differentiation on this PSO business. CHIRP's also asking for a separate public service obligation to be put in place for market authorization holders. So please, tell us about that.
Yes, so Peter, so I mean, as the legislator will sit down, I mean, Monica has mentioned about the separation of the licensing to make that distinction between kind of wholesale distributors and full service healthcare distributors as full-line wholesalers. That doesn't exist in the legislation today, and in order to really build that framework for a public service obligation to be placed on the shoulders of wholesalers that fulfill that full service role, as Monica outlined, it's important for us to be able to have a right to claim products from the industry. So it's, for the moment, there is a kind of a joint obligation which has been placed on the shoulders of both operators, but it's not sufficiently clear in the existing legislation. So as the Commission sits down to write up the new legislation, we will not be only calling for them to place strengthened role on our shoulders, but there needs to be a corresponding obligation placed on the industry. So we will be calling for real clarity in the framework, following on from what Monica said about the distinct licensing, but then what obligations the different actors in the supply chain need to carry out in order to fulfill their role.
Fair enough. Okay. Yes, question there. Let's have a question from there. Can we have a mic, please? Please tell us who you are, because I'm afraid I don't know everyone here.
Yeah, no worries. Hi, this is Joost from Terva, Cohentevaart. Just maybe you can elaborate a little bit on this point, because I was just wondering, what does it exactly mean? Is it that when there's limited supply, the wholesaler has the right to actually have appropriate continued supply, or is it that the manufacturer, if they have direct to consumer or direct to the patient, then they first need to serve the full line wholesaler?
So I think if we roll on to the next slide here, we try to address this issue of the right to be supplied. So of course, if we look at the bottom line here, which is in green, or the pharmacies, they have an obligation to supply, of course, their customer, which is the patient. That's the demand. Of course, you as a manufacturer, you're up at the level of the blue, the industry here. So we all together have to ensure that the patient at the end receives the product. When we call for a right to be supplied or a claim to get supplies from you, we are not suggesting that you only supply through us to the patient. It doesn't exclude DTP, it doesn't exclude direct sales. But what's important is, because we will to fulfill that full range of products, we need to be able to offer that full service to our customers, which means that we need to have the full range on stock. We need to be able to be in a position to, in addition to you supplying directly, to be able to have that inventory on stock in order to meet the needs of the patient. So it's not to exclude, it's just to reinforce for us to be able to meet our obligations towards our customers.
Very clear, thanks.
Can we move on then in that case to... Oh, sorry, is another question there? I can't see, no, not at the moment. Because I'd like to see how this works in terms of supply to the... well, there you are. By magic, the answer appears. Yes. Talk me through this one about regular demand. Martin, you got it?
Yeah, so again, it's this, the concept of being able to, when you have different operators in the supply chains, so for example, if you only had short line wholesalers on the top line here without a public service obligation, and within that obligation, you have the requirement to hold buffer stocks, distinguished from stockpiling. We've heard a lot about stockpiling, which is that additional obligation which comes beyond the kind of inherent role of a full-service cell care distributor to hold those buffered stocks. But short-line wholesalers would not be holding necessarily the same quantity of stock to be able to satisfy the end customer. Again, it's the pharmacies here. So without that buffer stock, without having that public service obligation, they would not be able to always potentially fulfill the needs of the patients. Whereas when you do fulfill the public service obligation, you will be holding the buffer stock, and as such, the full needs and demands of the patients will be fulfilled at the level of the pharmacy.
Okay. You can see Martin speaking very fast. I think he knows there's a few more slides to get through. So let's move on a little bit, unless anyone wants to really intervene urgently. All right, tell us, Monica, one of your key asks, I remember, was the revision should abolish unjustified supply quotas. So let's tell us more about this.
Yes, so many people outside of our sector are not aware about supply quotas and don't know what it is, but actually there are several pharmaceutical manufacturers putting quotas on us, and we have tried to make a graph which shows what is a quota. So a quota is when our order is not completely fulfilled, but the manufacturer would give us a specific quantity out of that order. Also, he might have additional stock, and we believe that quotas are not justified if there is no shortages situation. If there is a shortages situation, and that goes a bit back to the question from Joost, then of course you have to rationalize, and as was the case with at the beginning of the pandemic, we had to rationalize as well the orders to pharmacies, and pharmacies even had to rationalize the number of packs they would give to a patient. So this is not possible then without rationalization to ensure that everybody is supplied. But if there is no shortage, we believe that quotas have no right for existence, and also we believe that it's very important that national competent authorities are aware if there is a need for a quota or for a need for rationalization. We cannot fulfill our public service obligations, which are in place already in many countries. Martin will come to that in a second. And what is the worst for us if there is a kind of black box quota? If the manufacturer doesn't tell us how many products are in the quota and just informs us if our allocation is now has now ended and we don't get any more products.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you there because I know that we've got supposed to be having people coming in. Just 1 second, please. People coming in from the European Parliament very shortly.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you what the score is on our link to Brussels? Are they already online? Ah, welcome. I don't have a visual here of you, but we'll move on very quickly then through this, if that's okay with the audience. I see you have a question. Can we get through this, and then I'll let you have your question if that's okay with you. Because it says on one of my, this is all totally spontaneous, by the way, but it says on one of my notes, Monica, to go quickly over this slide. Then we haven't got to that one yet, so bear with us. We've got up to the current, the full-line wholesale is the vital link in healthcare. Right. PSOs, Martin, rights to be supplied in Europe, the right to be supplied in Europe. Talk us through that one.
So I think what we wanted to do here...
What is the current European landscape in respect of PSOs and the right to be supplied?
Yes, so I think what we wanted to do here was to illustrate a little bit that the notion of public service obligation is not new. It's been around already for a considerable amount of time. And according to our own overviews, we see that 13 countries in the EU out of 27 have existing national public service obligations in their national legislation. Some has come from predating the existing directive which is in place. Some has been put in place as a result of the existing directive. So our plea to the legislator, I mean, as the Commission will launch their exercise in their stated objective of strengthening supply chain obligations, will be to really strengthen the framework for such public service obligation at a European level to make it a bit more prescriptive. So the plea here, the call to the legislator is to really complete the map, and so that we have a full picture of public service obligations the next time we come to present on the outcome of the legislation, hopefully in a couple of years' time.
Okay.
And the second part of public service obligation goes back to what we were discussing earlier, is that the obligation is fine, but we also need to be in a position to claim supplies from the industry. And we can see across Europe there are about 6 or 7 countries which have that existing right to claim supplies in their national legislation. So again, public service obligation is one thing, it's fine, all very well and good, but we need to be able to claim those supplies in order to fulfill that, to satisfy the needs of the patient.
Okay. Shortages. Everyone writes about shortages, even I write about shortages. So Monica, what developments do you want to see in terms of dealing with shortages and shortages monitoring?
Yeah, also there we have some asks. First of all, we think that it would be important that member states do reporting of root causes of shortages. We have made an analysis and seen that only 10 member states give root causes of their shortages list. They also should include the API in the shortages list, and they should harmonize it. We have put here 2 examples on the screen. It's not meaning that Romania is doing a bad job. Also Romania is reporting root causes, but the level of granularity is very different, and then it's very difficult to compare those. So we claim for a harmonization of reporting of those. And then we would like to see a monitoring system built up from national level, and we imagine that ideally to have manufacturer stock level, the service level from the manufacturer to our sector, and then the service level from our sector to the pharmacy. All of that should be comprised in a national shortages monitoring platform, and then brought up on European level to
That's the question,
EMA.
isn't it? How would that work then at European level?
Yeah, EMA, through the extended mandate, needs to have the information for the crisis-relevant products, and they ideally should bring that up from the national shortages monitoring platform via harmonized fields, which then they can report up, because we and pharmacies and hospitals, we have to report in any case to the national competent authorities.
So you'd have some sort of notification system that was almost mandatory, is that it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then within the overhaul, it could be expanded for other critical medicines to have those covered as well.
Okay, very good. What about EMV? How does that play into it? There's more, sorry, notification. I didn't give you enough time to talk about notification, did I? And I'm conscious of the fact we have 2 MEPs waiting there. Maybe we can send them, so you can send everyone that slide, and we'll go straight on to the potential use of data contained in the EMVS for shortages monitoring. Is that a good idea?
Yeah, Peter always picks the hotspots, so yes, it's a good idea. Yeah, there are claims for using the European medicines verification system to the monitoring of shortages, and on this slide we try to explain in a nutshell why we believe it's not
That's
usable.
some nutshell.
Nutshell, yes. It's only one slide and says it all. Others have written many pages of articles on the same topic. It will always overestimate supply due to the fact that the manufacturer uploads at batch release at one geographical location all the product numbers, but their geographic location is elsewhere. Then we have about between 13, we have put here 14% of multi-market packs. which have to be deducted because it can only be physically present in one country. Also, the product is uploaded in several countries. Then, unfortunately, not all products are decommissioned at the moment, and not even all end users are in all countries connected to the system. We still have 2 countries not connected at all. They have until 2025. And the EMVS does not reflect demand. There we have heard some examples about artificial intelligence and maybe e-prescribing systems, which could be a much better route to do a demand estimation. So in short, it overestimates available supply and it underestimates demand, which we believe is very dangerous.
That's a very good nutshell. Okay, thank you for that. Now, if you'll forgive me, can I ask you just to wait a little bit longer with your question? I know you're dying to ask, and I'm dying to hear it. But I feel the very least we can do is acknowledge the fact that, in principle anyway, we have Thomas. We do very good. A signal from there. We have Tomislav Sokol on the line, who is a member of the European Parliament, and also Jutta Paulus, who is a member of the European Parliament. I shall tell you more about both of those in one second. Hello and welcome, Tomislav. Thank you very much for being here. I'm sorry we're a little bit late in coming through to you. You know how these things work. Forgive me. The point of this, of course, is the reflection on how not only what the European wholesalers want, but how European institutions can work together with the supply chain to make sure that these issues of fair and safe access to medicines are dealt with in the best possible way. And I'm going to invite you, and then I'm going to invite Jutta afterwards, to give us an idea of how you see this thing at the moment. And what it says in my notes here, if I may presume that far, is that you give us a sort of 10 minutes or so thinking, and we give you 10 minutes or so of questions and answers, and then we do the same with Jutta. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Well, look, let me just put it straight to you. Tell us how you see these questions of the review of the general pharmaceutical legislation. I'm sorry, I'm looking at a screen here. I don't know where the camera is for us. But anyway, assume I'm looking at you. And give us your view of, from your intimate knowledge of this, because you were working, in fact, as a rapporteur on part of this as well, the lessons from COVID, how that should play into making sure European Health Union is working well for every part of the healthcare community, from patients right through to producers, suppliers, and institutions. Please.
Thank you very much. I have to apologize because I wasn't able to hear the previous speakers, so I don't know what exactly was discussed. But I think in general we can say that COVID-19 has put healthcare into the focus of European institutions and of the legislation and the Parliament and the Commission and the Council. This is definitely a positive thing. So now we are starting to discuss EU pharma legislation, which has not been discussed before. For instance, we have some pieces of EU legislation in the area of pharmaceuticals, which is more than 30 years old, and the transparency there. So I think it's good that now we have the possibility to discuss all of these things. Unfortunately, some opportunities have already been missed. For instance, with the HTA regulation, I think that this was an opportunity to create let's say, one-stop shop for the evaluation, clinical evaluation of new health technologies, but instead of this, because of the Council and the opposition of some member states in the Council, instead of having one European system of HT, of health technology assessments substituting 27 national systems, instead of this, we got 28 European system, and in addition to the existing 27 national systems of HTA, which definitely is one opportunity which has been missed to simplify and make it and have a more streamlined system of putting pharmaceuticals on the European market. But I hope we won't do the same mistake with other pieces of legislation which may come out. When we speak of COVID-19 also, I think that one of the main challenges, main problems that I dealt with in the Parliament was about export restrictions. So you know that in the beginning of the pandemic, when there was a lot of insecurity about how things will develop, some member states, big producing member states, imposed export restrictions on pharmaceuticals, on medical equipment, countermeasures, masks, and things like that, which was definitely going contrary to the internal market. So because of this, as the EBP shadow rapporteur in the IMCO committee, Internal Market Committee, opinion on the new regulation of cross-border health threats, which is now being discussed in the trialogue, I introduced an amendment whereby any kind of export restriction in case of future public health emergencies would have to get prior authorization from the Commission. So we have a standstill clause. Member states would have to apply for a prior authorization of the Commission, and when applying for that prior authorization to impose export restrictions, they would have to justify why they are limiting exports of medical equipment to other member states. And of course, in that sense, they will have to prove that the actual situation on their territory is worse than in those countries where they will have to export, because when the pandemic started, that wasn't the case. So in Germany, the situation was much better than in Italy, but still Germany imposed export restrictions and made it impossible in this first month or so the export of medical countermeasures to Italy. So this is one concrete action that I was working at. That I was working at when I was in the European Parliament. Of course, we have to discuss supply chains in a more strategic and systematic way. We have some rules, some new proposed rules on corporate sustainability in that sense. But definitely, we have to do whatever we can in order to protect supply chains, especially in cases of future public health emergencies. And of course, I think that we have to listen to the industry on that. Also, one big question is the intellectual property rights. There was a lot of discussion on that when we discussed pharmaceuticals in general. A lot of push and pressure from some political groups for waiver of these rights, or to make them more flexible or something like that. I believe that intellectual property rights are essential if we want to stimulate further innovation and investment into research. And I think that is the only way forward. And especially since you have to compete against foreign powers like the US, like China, etc. And in that sense, we have to do whatever we can to actually bring and facilitate more investments into new medicines on the European territory, and that we cannot do that without strong protection of intellectual property rights. Also, one additional thing that I think is very important, and this is something that is mentioned, but in a very weak way, I would say, the pharmaceutical strategy is joint procurement of medicines. Because actually, without joint procurement of vaccines, what would have happened? I believe that the member states with production capacities on their territory in the EU would get all the vaccines first, and then the other member states would follow suit, which means that some countries would have to wait for 6 months or longer to get the first doses of vaccines, like my country, Croatia, for instance, where we do not have actual production capacities for this. Joint procurement of vaccines stopped that. Joint procurement of vaccines enabled that we all get vaccines more or less at the same time, under the same numbers. And this, I think, is something that can also be done, and I push strongly for that, also for joint procurement of expensive medicines for rare diseases. And one of my amendments was actually related in the Becker report, that's the Special Committee on Beating Cancer that I was a member at, to include this call for the creation of this joint procurement also for other medicines, for medicines for rare diseases, not just vaccines. This was included in the Becker report. So I think this is something that is very, very important for the Parliament. I think also very important for the less developed member states with weaker financial capacities, because we believe that common European procurement for expensive medicines, especially for rare diseases, will create common negotiating positions for the entire European Union, and this is definitely something that could bring the prices down. But even more importantly, this would make it a level playing field instead of the situation that we have now, that some member states and some national healthcare systems have to pay more for medicines than the others. So this is something that I will be strongly working at in the future in the rest of my term in office. Also, the revision of orphan drugs regulation, we are eagerly waiting for this. We have to see which position, which direction European Commission will take. But I believe that the main principles of the current orphan drugs legislation, and that is to have a special legal regime to facilitate and create incentives for innovation and research, is something that we have to maintain. We have to see in what way. But I think that the system that we have now has proven to create concrete results, and this is something that should not be destroyed now because of some other concerns. And the last thing that I wanted to say about is the transparency directive. So as I said, it's more than 30 years old. It's definitely not up to date and does not resolve problems. And because of this, we have really non-transparent and unclear systems of national pricing and reimbursement decisions for medicines. Since we all know that the national healthcare systems, usually public health insurance, is the main buyer of medicines on the European territory, the procedures for in which way they decide what will be purchased by them need to be much more transparent, much more clear, and we have to have clear standards on how and clear criteria on how decisions on what should be procured should be made. And the current directive is, as I said, really not up to the current standards. It leaves too much autonomy for the national health insurance institutions to decide by themselves how they will, which medicines they will purchase, and the criteria in the transparency directive are not made clear enough. So it's enough for national health insurance funds to just state in some kind of an ordinance or something that they will take into account cost effectiveness and things like that, but without actually providing which concrete criteria, whether quality just applied here is how much money per quality, for instance, etc. they will use. So
one of the things, Tomislav, if I may ask you, that is very striking, the breadth of areas of priority that. And naturally, of course, as a leading MEP that you have in this. One of the things that I think, because you said earlier on that you didn't know what we were discussing beforehand, one of the main issues, of course, here, because these are pharmaceutical distributors, they're concerned very much about the functioning of the supply chain, about shortages and so on. And it occurred to me to wonder, as you were speaking, because you cover such a huge range of priorities in this, how well you were supplied by the different parties, the different interest groups, if you like, across this entire range that you were discussing there, so that you feel sufficiently informed about it. I mean, for instance, in this area, have you felt that you have enough input from the supply chain? I know you have from the manufacturers. I'm a journalist in Brussels. I see how much they're putting out. I know what the pharmacists are putting out as well. I just wonder how far you feel that you're getting enough information from the different interest groups for you to be able to follow all this huge range of stuff at the level that you feel is appropriate for an MEP.
Not from everybody on the same level, and those who are definitely leading, as you can probably imagine, are the pharmaceutical producers or pharmaceutical.
Well, of course, I know that you
have really a lot of contact with them, all of it reported per rules of the parliament, but so definitely with them a lot on very different issues by individual companies, by the associations, etc. But by the other stakeholders, definitely not. Also when we discussed back in the BECA committee, cancer patient rights, etc. by the patient organizations. But apart from that, when we discuss, for instance, wholesale suppliers and the others. The supply chain is not enough.
Let me ask you, let me just ask the audience, because they were having questions before, and if you have a few minutes still, perhaps we can see if the audience have questions for you, or even Monica and Martin, who are here on stage with me, that might focus perhaps what their concerns are about the upcoming review of the legislation and so on. Are there questions from the floor? I know you, sir, had one. Is it relevant to this or no? Okay, not so. Martin, Monica, areas that you'd like to focus on with Tomislav?
Yeah, it's a pity that the techniques didn't work and Tomislav could not hear us properly. Previously, I feel a bit reluctant to repeat. But yes, we would.
I'm sorry, I had a break in my internet connection for half a minute, so I have to apologize. I didn't hear what you were saying before.
Okay, yeah. Perhaps we can take these ones up bilaterally in Brussels. It would now take a bit too long if we would repeat what we were trying to outline before, but we want to really strengthen the supply chain, strengthen public service obligations, and having a distinct license for full-line healthcare distributors with the right to be supplied from the pharmaceutical industry to remain or to be able to have the full assortment of products to deliver them to pharmacies and other healthcare professionals who are entitled to supply medicines to the public, because otherwise we cannot fulfill this role. And so we have high hopes that we can improve the current legal framework, which is up to interpretation from member states, and they have interpreted that in very different ways.
No, definitely I can say in general that there is a lot of room for improvement in terms of clarity of legal provisions. I have to say this because I'm a lawyer and I'm a professor of EU health law, and I made my PhD in here a little bit on the European Union health law. So this is definitely something that can be much better. So I'm definitely open to have a concrete, more detailed meeting to discuss this. Definitely.
Well, thank you very much.
Especially the public service obligation, because I wrote also some papers on the notion of public services and services of general interest, and this is something that which I was working on extensively in my academic life. So it will be very interesting to hear your concrete observations and suggestions.
That is perfect. We will gladly take you up on that offer and get back to you as soon as we are back in Brussels. Thank you.
For the moment, thank you very much, Tomislav. We appreciate your input very much. It's good to have you on the program. I shall also be very glad, just as a journalist, to pick up with you in Brussels when I get back there as well. Thanks a lot for this afternoon. Many thanks to you. Have a nice evening. Bye-bye. And now, if the magic of the internet works, we may have Jutta. We do indeed. Jutta, are you there?
So far, it's only her picture, but let's...
I have to unmute myself, but I'm there, yes.
Very grateful to you for coming on. Thank you very much indeed. Just for the audience, Jutta is also MEP. She's a pharmacist as well and knows this area very well. There you are. It's good to see you. Member of the Green Group. She sits on the Health Committee in the Parliament, and she's also a member of this special COVID committee which has been set up. So we're looking forward very much to hearing what she has to say. The idea within the time frame we have, if that works for you, Jutta, is that you give us 5 minutes or so of your views on the way that this legislation is developing, how it's responding to the COVID crisis, and how it's preparing for the future in terms of good quality healthcare across Europe. And then with the remaining time till about 5:10, we can maybe bounce some questions back and forwards with you, if that's okay. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, perfectly fine with me.
Thank you very much. Well, please then just give us your feeling about how this European attempt to get a grasp on health policy is working, and particularly in the areas, obviously, that here I'm with a whole lot of pharmaceutical wholesalers. You know the industry and the situation very well. What's your feeling about the way it's moving ahead at the moment?
Well, judging from where we come from, we've been actually doing pretty well, because at the beginning of the pandemic, everyone was a bit like flabbergasted, so to speak. Oh my God, what are we going to do at the European level? We have no competencies there, and member states are the ones that have to step in now. At the same time, we had member states turning to the Commission saying, you must help us, you must support us. So basically, it was uncharted territory, so to speak. And when the Commission published its pharmaceutical strategy in November 2020, they already had these events into their thinking, and so they are also calling for the revision of European pharmaceutical legislation. Because, of course, the pandemic has highlighted the shortcomings and the failures of the European pharmaceutical legislation. And as answer to the Commission strategy, we as Parliament adopted an initiative report where ENVI was in the lead and ITRE as the industry committee gave an opinion, where I was the shadow rapporteur in ITRE because we have a lot of people interested in health in ENVI, but not so many in ITRE, to be very honest. And for me and my group, it was very important to emphasize that we need transparency, accountability, collaboration between member states. Also learning from the pandemic that the protection of intellectual property should not pose a threat to affordability and delay in market entry of generic medicines, because the shortage of medicines in Europe has been exacerbated by the pandemic, but it's not a new issue. It's not a new issue at all. I mean, I'm in contact with my colleagues, so to speak, with whom I've studied at university, and they keep telling me, oh, last time it was ibuprofen, and now it's this or that medicine. So it's a constant problem, and therefore I'm actually very glad that EMA will be tasked with supervising the shortages and supervising the situation in order to make sure that these shortages are tackled in a comprehensive manner. And I think it's also a good idea to remind the pharmaceutical industry that they also have an obligation, that when they get a market authorization, this comes with an obligation. Because basically, it has been said, the social security systems are more or less paying for medicines all over Europe. So it's basically the money by the injuries. And of course, this is a regulated environment. And therefore, I think we should make sure that the pharmaceutical industry is prepared for situations. I mean, as I'm also doing energy politics, I found it quite interesting that when it comes to the operation of the electrical grid, the grid operator has to prove that he can cope with eventual failures of one of his components. So why don't we apply the same thing to pharmacies? So if you have a production chain, you have to make sure that if, for example, a factory burns down or a logistics company goes bankrupt, that you have a plan B in your drawer so that you are actually able to supply patients. What I would have loved to see is a stronger role of environment protection, especially with regards to stricter obligations throughout the life cycle of medicines and non-animal testing. Why is this? It has been said pretty often, the next pandemic might be a multi-resistant germ. And we will not succeed by only putting more cash for research and development of new antibiotics, but we should use stricter requirements for antibiotic use, of course, but also for the production. There was this very famous documentary in Germany where the TV went to India, and they actually filmed how the wastewater from the factories where antibiotics were produced just ran into the river without being cleaned in any way. And no surprise, in the river they found bacteria which were resistant to 25 different antibiotics. This is the breeding of the next pandemic. So I think this is something where actually we need a global approach, saying that the GMP, the good manufacturing practice, should not only encompass quality of the medicines that are produced, but also environmental and also labor issues, because I think it's pretty weird that we put so much emphasis on quality when it comes to the product, but not to the people that have to work at these factories. So judging from what we have learned from the pandemic, I guess we all know now no one is safe until everyone is safe. And this is even more true in the European Union. So in my opinion, we need an approach where every member state is taken on board and every member state's citizen is not left behind, because we should not look at health as an issue for selling products and making money, but also for protecting our common values as Europeans by making sure that everyone has access to affordable medicines all over Europe. So this would be my 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And a very entertaining 5 minutes it was as well. Again, you touched across such a huge range of subjects there. And one of the things that comes out of it in the way that you express it is the interconnection between everything there. As you said, it's not just a question of getting authorizations, it's a question of putting them on the market in every country. It's not just a question of making products, it's making sure that the environmental implications of that are taken seriously. It's important that the way that the systems are organized deal with people, employment, social questions, as well as production and so on. And I think this goes to the center, to a certain extent, of some of what's been under discussion here at this meeting. I've been here this afternoon, and it's been going on for a couple of days. And the talk is very much of trying to build continuous, reliable chains, in this case of supply, between manufacturers and the patients. Here in the middle of the manufacturers and the pharmacists who are dispensing the drugs is the distribution sector, these pharmaceutical wholesalers who are running the conference here. And they, of course, focus very much on their specific needs in terms of connection and ensuring reliability of supply. So I would just put to you a question, if I may, about how far, and you're a pharmacist yourself, so you know very well professionally as well as politically how much of this works. How far you feel that the ideas of connectivity that you've expressed in some areas are also relevant in your view of how the pharmaceutical legislation should make sure that all these connections are built in a proper way?
I think one of the problems is indeed that the social insurance system in the member states is very heterogeneous. So you don't have the same medicines that your social security pays for in Germany as in France or in Romania or in Greece. So of course there's always an incentive of following the money, so to speak, of trying to get the best profit out of your product. And there I think we need to come in with legislation making sure that you are obliged to supply the markets accordingly, and also to give information to all market suppliers. Because speaking again of my colleagues, they said, well, to us, it always comes as a surprise. Suddenly, something is no longer deliverable. So we know that we will need it for our patients, but the wholesaler tells us, well, we didn't get it. We don't know when we'll ever get it again. And this is something where I think we can become much better. And this would serve the interest of the wholesalers, of course, but also the interest of the pharmacists, because they are the one on the ground where the patient says, well, why don't you have my medicine? And of course, in the same way for the patients. And I think something like an early warning system would be appropriate, so that everyone knows, okay, there might be problems with this or that medicine, so that also the doctors need to be informed, so that they know, okay, if I have, let's say, a new patient that needs a medicine against high blood pressure or something, I will not choose the medicine where I know there might be difficulties in 2 months' time. So to be able to plan ahead a bit better. For hospitals, it's the same thing, because they also have their favorite medicine, so to speak, especially when it comes to antibiotics. And when they know, okay, there will be a shortage on this, we might as well have a meeting today with our AMR activity group, so that we can think of which alternative might we use in this or that regard. And so I think information is crucial, and it's good that it's centralized at EMA, because EMA is the place where we have the experts, we have the connections to the pharmaceutical industry, but also to wholesalers. And in my view, it would also be important to include patients' organizations.
Well, thank you for that. Monica's here with me. Monica's the Director General of the Wholesalers Association here. And she was just talking about precisely this idea of notifications to make sure that there's plenty of information. And one of the problems she mentioned was trying to make sure it works at European level. Can you just very briefly, Monica, summarize what you were saying and see if it relates at all to Juta's experience.
Yeah, thank you, Peter, and very happy to meet you, Jutta. We have worked with you and your colleagues during the shortages report and during the pharmaceutical strategy on initiative of the Parliament. Yes, we were outlining that it is very important to have on national level that the authorities know stock levels from manufacturers, and then we could give the service level from industry to us. The pharmacies could give then information about the service level from us to them, and like that we could see trends of having enough supply or supplies are getting scarce. And if we could build those up from the national level then to the European level, then we would have a very good overview of shortages, and also to see which products are in shortage in which country, because we have seen via studies that it's very rare that the product, unless there is a big production problem, that a product is in shortage in several different countries at the same time, if there is no production problem.
Does that resonate with you at all, Jutta?
Yes, sure. Because I think we are pretty much on the same page here, that information is always the key for action, because you cannot act accordingly if you lack information. And so I think with an agency, a European agency, being tasked with overseeing the shortages, we will have a better understanding and the possibility to intervene. On the production issue, I've heard a lot about, well, we need to reshore production of active substances to Europe. And my standard answer is, well, but then you have to reshore production of the pre-chain products to Europe as well. Because if you need the raw materials to actually synthesize the active substances, and you would buy them in China, India, Brasilia, wherever, and you don't get those, then you don't have the possibility to actually synthesize the active substance. So reshoring as such is not quite as easy as some people may think it is. So I do think we need a strategic approach. We should think about what kind of globalization do we want? How far do we want to push our supply chains? What kind of resilience can we build? But we should not think that this is a task which can be fulfilled within a year or two.
Well, thank you very much for that. We're very grateful to you for coming online like this, and you've illuminated some of the views very clearly there. I'm sure that your hosts here, Monica and Song, will be happy to be in touch with you back in Brussels. I, as a simple journalist, am always very glad to talk to MEPs, of course, anyway. But thank you very much for today. It's very much appreciated. Have a very nice evening. We shall continue here with our labours, and I'm sure you'll continue with yours over there in Brussels. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that, in fact, brings our session here to a close, a pinpoint landing at 5:10. And Monica, are you going to introduce Chris?
I think this is
sorry,
up to Martin.
So, yeah.
And thank you very much, Peter. I think the two of us, we are done.
So I think that... Oh, yes, there was maybe we take Christoph's question before, then we introduce Chris, now that our moderator has left the stage.
Thank you, Martin. So, Monica, I have a question to come back to the point that you mentioned regarding the quota earlier on. So, because I have the perception that we kind of left the elephant in the room. Okay. So, if I understand you correctly, if there is a shortage in the market, we do not have to supply. Then you would allow quota. However, if there is no shortage, no quota. Meaning, if I understand correctly, if there is a demand in a country of, let's say, 100, we would have to supply to you 1,000 or 2,000 or whatever the volume is. Is that the way? Because then I'm wondering, that of course means more trade, correct? And I'm simply wondering, how will we be able to do good demand planning? Because without good demand planning, right, we will again create shortages And that is just going to make it worse, what we just discussed earlier on, that we want to make sure that we can always serve all the patients in the right quantity, in the right quality, at the right point in time. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that quota thing. Thank you.
So I'll start with the quota and then we go to the demand planning. Yeah, we have public service obligations already in many countries, as Martin showed you. And they also enshrine the level of buffer stock we have to have. And of course, we will not fill up our warehouses unnecessarily because that doesn't serve anyone. But we have to have as much as this buffer stock foresees on, at the moment, national legislation, and then perhaps it might be European legislation. In most countries, it is 2 weeks of normal demand. And we need to be able to have that in order, if the industry cannot deliver, we can fulfill 2 weeks of normal demand with our buffer stocks. And yeah, we will not unnecessarily stock any products anywhere because they are for the patients. And I think we have exactly the same interest. For the moment, we are really suffering from what we call black box quotas. Where we don't know how much is in the quota, will we get delivered again or not? And this is just the opposite of best practice. And for the demand planning, I think there is also a lot of room for improvement, how to work together to have a better estimation of demand. And we also hope that the new systems, as we have heard today, can improve via artificial intelligence. And as long as we don't have that, maybe via better collaboration, a better demand planning. Maybe I'll come over to you because...
oh yeah, maybe we take it offline then.
But I'm very happy.
Yeah, we can take it offline and go to the next session.
So, I think we should thank Peter for moderating the last session. So thank you, Peter, for that. And indeed, I think the level of questioning we need to really do cooperate and communicate with each other to really understand the different positions that we have when we are speaking with the legislature and the executive in pushing through our ideas. It's important that we work together with our industry colleagues to really understand the implications of what we're calling for and to ensure that we have a workable supply chain once this piece of legislation comes through the legislative machinery and we're faced with its implementation in the years ahead, because it's going to be once in a lifetime or once in a generation piece of legislation that's going to come into force in a number of years. So time is pressing on, and I can see the room is emptying. There's a lot of tired faces with us, but Chris is going to give us a shot of in the arm to wake us up before we close. Chris is going to talk about creating value for investors and companies through ESG. He's going to talk about IFPW, which is the organization that he is the executive vice president of, on the activities and engagement that you're doing on this issue. So without further ado, please, Chris, if you would come and share your thoughts with us.
Thank you, Martin. And I'll start with a sincere thanks to Monica, Martin, and the JERP team for a fantastic event over the past few days, very thought-provoking, and very great to be back together in person again. I can reflect back, from the start of the conference and heard probably more than ever mentions of sustainability and ESG at this event than anyone prior. So I think it just speaks to the relevance of the topic. And from our vantage point at IFPW, these increasing conversations are not only happening in this room, but outside of this room, and not just in Europe, but internationally. I'll frame my remarks really on the premise that the area of ESG is expanding and evolving. It began as something that companies were doing in response to the investment community. Now it includes activities of businesses doing what they deem to be the right thing, and we see the next evolution being doing what is required either by the authorities or by partners in your channel. So just a little bit about IFPW in case you're not familiar with our organization. We are the Global Trade Association for Full-Service Pharmaceutical Distributors and their associations.
and we were formed in 1976 and are headquartered in the Washington, D.C. area. We work to advocate for the industry, promote the value proposition of wholesaling, and raise awareness on the capabilities. We also support access to medicines initiatives and serve as a kind of international information sharing platform. And it's that platform that we're hoping to use and address this ESG topic in collaboration with our members. The ESG environment is very complex today. There's a number of reporting frameworks and entities. They're all focused on ESG, but some place different emphasis in the various categories, whether it be the E, the S, or the G. GRI and SASB, for example, are more balanced across all three, whereas TCFD and CDP really focus narrowly on the E. Companies choose which metrics and measures they report to investors now, but increasingly they're going to have to respond also to customers and regulators. If there weren't enough acronyms in the space, a few more are coming down the pipeline. IFRS, the International Accounting Body, is about to create an organization called ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board. And it's going to combine a number of these listed frameworks, and it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out. We'll be watching it closely. It's also going to be interesting to see what, if any, industry-specific standards are generated for wholesale community. Consolidation in this space we view as a good thing, especially for those organizations that have to respond across multiple geographies or stakeholder groups. So IFPW's response to all these developments has really been in three areas. And this is an old version of the slide, but we'll work through it. First, we created a global associations working group. We convened our members in the US, here in Europe with GERP and HDA UK, and the Canadian Association, to really just get a feel for what they were hearing from their respective members and what demands were being, or items were being asked to be addressed. Right from the first conversation, it became apparent that everybody was starting to have increased dialogues, but there were some differences. Here in Europe, for example, it's obvious that the environmental issues are of top priority and really dictating the agenda. In the US, due to some recent events, it was really the diversity, equity, and inclusion topic that was being prioritized. So IFPW itself certainly can't resolve all the ESG issues, but we're hoping to make the situation better. As the demands increase from industry, we feel that there's an opportunity to harmonize requests and influence the information that's being asked for to assure it's the most relevant to our industry. Over the past year and a half, we really began this learning journey and established that working group, as well as an ESG advisory panel that is representative of our members who are actually reporting on ESG metrics on a day-to-day basis. The panel's been a real valuable resource to us in both vetting opportunities and understanding the current challenges that exist in ESG reporting, and really we're beneficial in shaping the framework that I'll share with you momentarily. Overall, in the conversations, though preliminary, that we've had with the manufacturing community, both with IFPMA and the companies listed below, it really became apparent that there was a good opportunity to have a statement that measures, or of which ESG measures resonate most with our sector, so that they're aligned with the manufacturers. And they've indicated that that would be a welcome statement if developed collaboratively. So here's a framework we're working on. It's very much a work in progress and a draft at this point. I won't talk through the individual bullet points, but you can see in the category of environmental, two of the categories that really resonated across everyone's membership were the carbon footprint and climate issue and environmental stewardship. In the social category, it's access to medicines and diversity, equity, and inclusion. And under corporate governance, it's board engagement and ethics, compliance, and engagement. We realized that the overall universe was, too big to address. So the idea is that if we can narrow it to some of these key topics, then we are likely to be more influential and effective. I would actually like to just briefly pause and thank IQVIA. Simon and Per were very helpful in starting this first framework of the draft, and I can attest that they practice what they preach. Their handout is a eco-friendly fiber cloth in a biodegradable packaging. So it just shows that companies can incorporate into their day-to-day businesses some of these core tenets. Really, the four objectives that IFPW and our members will pursue in the area of ESG will be, first, to develop that aligned industry position statement. Second, to harmonize our messaging and communications. Third, to work to influence and harmonize stakeholder requests for data so it comes in a common form. And finally, to inform and educate our members on ESG approaches being taken by others in the sector so that they can learn from those experiences. Just as two examples of experiences that were shared with us, and they actually come from regions of the world that you might not immediately think of prioritizing ESG. The first is Profarma in Brazil. They operate both a pharmaceutical distribution and retail business. And when we inquired whether or not they were familiar with ESG, they indicated not only were they familiar, but they'd already implemented some programs. So this is just one illustrative example, but they constructed 3 solar plants in proximity to their operations, and those are sufficient to provide enough electricity to run 70% of their retail outlets now and reduce their CO2 emissions by 630 tons. Another example comes from Zuellig Pharma. They're an operator in Southeast Asia in 11 countries, and they publish an annual greenhouse report with some features that we just like to call out. In this excerpt, you can see that they've taken a 4-pillar approach to specifically identify areas within their organization that they can have the most positive impact. And several of these activities are actually examples of things that most of your companies are probably already doing today, but may or may not be framing as or within their ESG reporting context. One example would be complying with environmental laws and regulations. The climate resilience area, shown on the far right, is also interesting as it deals with mitigation of factors for climate events like floods and droughts. So this illustrates that the E can measure not only reductions in emission and waste, but they can also be about managing a changing climate's potential impact on the business itself. In this slide, you see that Zuellig measures their scope 1, 2, and 3 greenhouse gas emissions. It's interesting to note that they didn't have all the information they needed to report in 2019, yet chose to report the year anyway. They recognized that deficiency and then improved their data gathering in the following year. This isn't uncommon, and it shows that it's better to get started with what you have rather than wait for all the information, because measuring and collecting data, particularly across large organizations, can be quite a daunting task. So in summary, all businesses can perform ESG activities. Many are already doing it today, and more will certainly follow. These efforts are driven by best of intentions, but reporting currently keeping up with the number of growing requests is a challenge. Measurement definitions and frequency are not yet standardized, so there's further harmonization that's needed. And not every category will apply to every company. There will be differences between manufacturers and distributors, for example. We feel like the time is right for IFPW and its association members to stand up and deliver a constant message to our industry stakeholders, both on where wholesalers are already performing well and where maximum ESG impacts can be made. So if I can end on a purely self-promotional note, IFPW will be holding its next General Assembly in Europe in October of this year. It's the first time we come back to the region since 2016, and we'll be in Milan from the 18th through the 20th. You can see the agenda there listed, and one of our intents is to dig deeper into ESG and talk really about the progress that's being made by the industry 6 months from now. So warmly invite you to join us there, and thank you for your time today. Happy to take any questions.
So thank you very much, Chris, for that presentation. Are there any questions in the room before we move to conclude? No. So Chris, it was all so clear, but obviously a lot of food for thought, and perhaps ESG is going to be featuring on all of our programs in the year ahead, in the years ahead. So with that, I think there's only one last job to do for today, and that's really to bring the conference to an official close. You're all, I can see Christoph is smiling, so I think that's representative of probably how everybody is feeling at this stage. So I won't repeat, obviously, the conclusions of the different sessions. I think the speakers and the moderators really did a perfect job at that. With that, I would like to, of course, to thank our moderators and all of the speakers. They were fabulous, right from yesterday afternoon, right throughout today. We very much appreciate the time you've taken to come and share your thoughts with us and to guide us through these difficult topics that we've been discussing. I think we have to thank our hosting national organization, FAGRO. I'd like to thank Andre and the leadership of FAGRO and all the members of FAGRO for finally managing to host us here in Berlin. It has taken a number of years, as I've been saying to a few people, but we finally did it, and we very much look forward to the years passing when we can come back again. So thank you very much to FAGRO for your assistance. Of course, no JIRP event is complete without the support of our partners, that's our sponsors. We hope very much that you all have managed to speak with our sponsors and to visit their booths during the last couple of days. As I said, JIRP, we very much rely on your support, and we appreciate your continued support, and we hope to count on it for the years ahead. So thank you very much for that. And last and not least, of course, to thank all of you for being here since yesterday or Sunday evening to enjoy some networking time and some social time with us, and for being here for the 2 days. Now, before we finally conclude, like Chris, we have some self-promotion we would like to do. It was on my list to promote your event in Milan, but I think we will skip that and go to our own events. So please take out your agenda, particularly those for the membership. We're going to have our autumn meeting in November, 16th, 17th November in Brussels. This will be followed by our supply chain conference, our 8th edition of that. We're off to Madrid in Spain, sunny Madrid, where we very much look forward to some nice wine and tapas. And of course, we will be back for our annual general meeting and conference, of course, hopefully, given world events and variants and mutations of COVID, on the 22nd, 23rd of May, 2023 in Bucharest in Romania. So we've marked that, please, in your agendas. We look forward to seeing you there. So I think that's it. No more slides. You'll be glad to know. Wish you all a nice rest of day, safe trip home, and see you soon again. Bye-bye.
Opportunity is out there. Everywhere. Opportunity for innovation. For discovery. For breakthroughs. The challenge in healthcare is navigating vast quantities of data and information. Disparate stakeholders. And new technologies. It's a complex, disconnected environment. At IQVIA, we believe this requires a new approach. Because when we create intelligent connections, you can see paths you didn't know were there. Accomplish things you didn't think were possible. And drive healthcare forward like never before. We call it IQVIA Connected Intelligence. Connected Intelligence brings together IQVIA's expansive portfolio of capabilities, including unparalleled data, advanced analytics, innovative technology, and cutting-edge services. With our industry-leading healthcare expertise, intelligent connections enable you to modernize R&D, demonstrate value of treatment, enhance stakeholder engagement, elevate execution, and drive operational efficiency. Only IQVIA has the global scale and commitment to the healthcare ecosystem to deliver this next level approach to moving healthcare forward. Discover deeper insights, drive smarter decisions, and unleash new opportunities. IQVIA, Connected Intelligence.